I'm going to call the regular meeting of the board May 22nd, 2013 to order and ask that you all rise and join in the singing of our national anthem. Director, will you proceed with roll call?
Okay, Trustee Buckland isn't here as of yet. Trustee Kartner.
Present.
Regrets from Trustee Garrow. Trustee McPherson.
Present.
Trustee McAllister.
Present.
Second Vice McDonald hasn't reported as of yet. First Chair McMillan.
Present.
Trustee McRae.
Present.
Chair Petersma.
Present.
Trustee Richards on the line.
Present.
Trustee Strong regrets. She said it. Her mother-in-law passed away. And student trustee Sidney Collars.
Present.
Okay, thank you, Director. A motion to approve the consent agenda items. Trustee McMillan, Trustee McRae. I only have 2 devices tonight, so I'm a little bit behind. I'm not logged in yet, Lisa. I'm not logged in yet. All right. Passes, thank you. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Trustees, may I have a motion to move into committee of the whole? Trustee McPherson, Trustee Carpenter. Yep. Okay, that passes, thank you. All right, so our first item on the agenda tonight is draft policy on bell times. Trustees, some of you may be aware that we currently have 32 schools that have starts beyond 9 o'clock. 22 of those 32 are at 9:05. After discussions with the director, it was thought that we ought to provide some additional direction to our Transportation Consortium members on what we wanted to see in the future when it came to bell times. So you have in front of you a draft a policy. Just by way of being just to make sure you have all the information, we do have a membership agreement with between the Catholic District School Board and the Upper Canada District School Board, and it does provide some guidance that bell times will be between 9 a.m. and 9:30 unless the Board of Directors approve otherwise. But quite frankly, I have to admit that I was there at the time this was passed, and I must have been reading a different section. because I am, this would have drawn a flag. So I think in light of the fact that that's the parameters that STEO is running under, that it would be helpful if we offered it some additional parameters. And under 7.2, we have the ability to do that, where they are obliged to review any policy changes and advise us of any problems that they might see in meeting that policy. I think it's important that everyone understands that the intent of the policy wasn't to block schools from starting after or to prohibit schools from starting after 9 o'clock. It was just to make sure that there was consultation with the school community, school principal, and that there was some rationale being presented as to why we wanted to move beyond 9. I'm not sure your experiences, but I know from my experiences dealing with my community, when bell times go beyond 9 o'clock, it seems to be a very, the closer that it gets to 9:30, it means the closer that many of our kids are getting home to 5 o'clock, and that is, from my experience, quite disruptive. So I present this policy for your consideration, and certainly would be open to any questions or comments. Trustee McDonald, we're just starting. We're at the very first item on bell times. Trustee McAllister?
How many schools, could you tell me, have been affected by the later start?
We currently have 32 that have the post-9 start. 22 of those are 9:05. There are a number of changes. Do you want me to list them?
No.
There are, I would say, 25 schools that are affected by different bell times. And I would say that a majority of the new bell times are taking them past 9 o'clock, 9:10, 9:20, 9:15. Now, if Rick were here, or maybe Nancy wants to speak to it, Rick were here, he would say that they need some latitude in being able to operate an efficient double run system. And that's certainly not the intent, is to neuter their ability to be efficient. Trustee Karkner?
Have the secondary schools that have the double run, have they changed their times in any way? For those, especially the school with a 9:20 start?
Most of there have been several high schools that have had changes. 8 o'clock seems to be the most common start time for high schools, with the elementaries being 9, in and around 9 o'clock, either just before 9 or as late as 9:20, I see is the latest here. Trustee McPherson?
You've got a couple of sets of question marks here. Is that for us to fill in the blanks, or?
Yeah, I was unsure when I wrote it exactly what was appropriate as a start
Okay,
time.
so
I know there's something in the Ed Act, and I just couldn't put my finger on it
Okay.
as to what the Ed Act said is the legal, when you can start school. It's either in the Ed Act or a reg. Trustee McCray?
Through you, Chair. So, in terms of latitude, what is a reasonable latitude? 15 minutes? Half an hour?
Well, we debated that at STEO, and I think the initial suggestion was 20, and I think we backed that down to 15, wasn't it? The problem is that you can go 15 plus 15 plus 15.
Yeah.
I mean, so using the latitude to offer direction the only guide that really gives a community is what they can see as a potential change. So somehow in our heads, I think we thought that the latitude would protect us from this, but not realizing, they can go to 8:55, and then a couple years later, 9:10, and stay within the. Trustee McPherson?
My larger concern would be not so much the start time, but the finish time.
Mhm.
So what does this translate into? Basically, what time would some of these kids get home if you say allowed a 9:30 start?
Well, a 9:15 start would result in a 3:45 departure.
Yeah.
Well, that actually isn't right either. It's interesting, there's gonna be some expectations for schools to hold kids for a while. But anyway, so it's 9:15 to 3:35, seems to be, so, you know, you're looking at if the target maximum time is an hour,
Yeah.
kids are getting home at 25 to 5.
Okay.
Trustee McAllister?
Chair, I think that any post 9 o'clock start ought to be the exception rather than the rule. And that if it's egregious in terms of, say, 9:30, which I think is considerably beyond the 9 o'clock rule, that there has to be some justification provided to the school principal and to us as trustees. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Trustee McMillan?
Through you, Chair, I was privy to this discussion at the STO meeting, and there was a lot of talk about the after 9 o'clock, but it just appeared to me that the concern was going beyond 9:15. Now, just to give a little bit of background, the whole idea, the whole intent behind the changes was to save money, and there is a considerable amount of money being saved with these changes. However, I do agree that sometimes cost savings and the benefit to our students don't always go hand in hand. So it was, like I say, I was there, but I was not a part of the initial discussions on this. One of these two gentlemen were, but it certainly becomes very apparent now that the last thing we want to do is to disrupt our students and their students' lives, and that I certainly see every reason why the board should be consulted in situations that's going to disrupt our schools and our students.
Trustee McDonald?
Thank you. I think I recall a discussion several years ago, maybe 10 years ago, when boards made a decision about walking distance that was going to save money, but in fact it cost money because at the time individuals chose, instead of walking, I'll choose an alternative and I'll go to another board. I think this is another situation where we have the tail wagging the dog, and unfortunately STEO is a necessary evil. We have to be part of it. We have to have something in place to ensure we meet the guidelines of the ministry. No difficulty in making sure that we work within the guidelines that are put forward, but I had reservations when we first started talking, and I think we need to be careful that transportation doesn't dictate how we operate our schools. And I think in this situation, that's what's happening. We have transportation trying to find efficiencies, and I'm all for that. I mean, we want to save money, we want to make sure that our dollars do go further, but I think there's going to be some fallout associated to it. And I think that we need to move forward with this motion, and if it's put in place, this policy is in place, and we don't need to enact it in the future, then that's great. But at least we have the policy in place that will guide us and help STEO in the future.
Trustee McPherson?
Technical question. If I'm assuming there's been a request for latitude and bell times, is there a consideration to triple routing?
I don't think we've ever had that conversation.
Okay, I just know that some areas, you do triple routing, you search the
Field
schools.
is, you have schools at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
We, I know a number of years, one of the areas that was an issue for me was Iroquois, and it had a post 9 o'clock start, and parents complained for a while, and what was discovered when they went back and redid it was that the cheapest thing was actually put everybody on the same bus. So because the proximity of the two schools, the high school and the public school, is just as efficient to run them together. So that's the decision that was made there, so. Iroquois has an 8 o'clock start as a result. Starts at the same time the high school. Trustee Carpenter?
Do the principals and parents know of the pending changes for the fall as of yet?
I think that would depend on the school. And some of them have informed their school councils and others have not.
So a follow-up, when does this take effect? Tonight? If we pass it? Well,
I think that
board meeting?
the problem we would have is that they'd need to go and do rerouting for all the schools. I'm not sure that that's the intent. I think this is for guidance going forward. I think that I don't think it would be appropriate for us to push this into policy tonight. I think the best thing for us to do would be just to ask David to take it to Strat Council, because they haven't seen it, right? This was just something that I added to the agenda, and then have it come to a board meeting next month. That's what I would recommend. I think that it should be in place for September for our STEO members, Jeff and David, to have as guidance. Again, I think it's important that it's not that we can't have post 9 o'clock. We just want to make sure that they've discussed it with the community. Right now, is the way that the bus times are communicated to the school, it's just a simple phone call and say this is your new bell time, and there isn't a lot of latitude at this point for input. David?
There was, and I don't have the exact wording in my fingertips, but there was a process whereby if the bell times changed over, I think it was more than the 15 or more than a half an hour, they SKIO did have to go and consult with the school community. The process was to be mapped out and have feedback after March, I believe it was, so that it could be brought to the boards and implemented for the following September. But they needed to do that fairly quickly. So if they are considering those times in the future, and I think this would apply as well, if they're looking to do those things in the future, it needs to be consulted. They need to consult with the school communities and ensure they have that information when they come back to us.
So this is David is referencing the language in the agreement, 10.1, and the changes that they would need to go and consult with the community would be anything that fell outside the 15 minutes. Because that doesn't constitute a bell time change. So as long as they keep within the 15 minutes, then they are not required. Now, so if it does, then where changes are required, the consortium shall present an impact study to identify the savings or increase to board of directors. Impact studies must be shared by the board of directors no later than March 15th. And if a dispute arises and cannot be solved by May 1st, then the bell times are left the same. If a school has had a bell time change within 3 years, the board has the right to refuse proposed bell time without financial penalties. Trustee McMillan?
Just through you, Chair, that clause was certainly considered and was mentioned, and I believe that all of the changes don't violate, they're not in violation of that clause. However, I can certainly see what you're saying now. 15 minutes can be 15 minutes added to 15 minutes to added. So in order to safeguard that, I'm sure I can see certainly see the benefit of this policy. But that clause was taken into consideration and followed.
Yep. There's no bell time change that's beyond the 15 minutes, which leads to the problem of setting it up as 15 minutes, because they could move it to if the bell time was 9:10, as was at Morrisburg, and there was discussion about moving it to 9:30 or 9:25. So, anybody opposed to this? So we would ask that, David, you take it to Strat Council, and we will bring it back to, you wouldn't have time to do it by June 5th, or would you have time to do it by June 5th?
We can have it,
Why don't we target that, and if you can't, then let us know. Doesn't really,
and we can take it to Strat Council Wednesday.
and if there's a problem, then let us know. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, trustees. Move now to 3-year communication plan update, and invite Mr. Simser, our Director of Communication.
Preceded by the very capable Lisa Raymond. We are going to perhaps startle you tonight by having a 2-slide PowerPoint presentation. And I do believe that the different components of this slide, yes, they make them at different times, so I'll just keep tapping while I speak, if I may. Tonight we are presenting to you an update for our department's 3-year strategic plan. It's a key update in the document before you is the addition of our overarching goals for each of our 5 themes, namely relationship management, crisis management, promotion branding, fiscal management, and building capacity. These goals will guide us to achieve significant improvements in board-wide communications, internally and externally. All of our 23 goals are focused and measurable. The key goals include working with schools to develop a communication strategy, including the use of social media by June 2015. All school websites will be current and relevant by June 2014. All secondary schools will have the equipment and training to do live streaming by December 2014. And training of school office staff in social media website maintenance will be completed by December of this year. We anticipate achieving some of those goals before the deadlines we have stated. In relationship management, we have begun contacting media outlets to establish a stronger relationship, to meet with editors, to know more about their needs, to explain to them details regarding our 90% grad rate, for example, and other key communications goals. We have communicated with all media outlets to ask for their input already regarding the content of our news releases, and do they have suggestions that would better support our schools. Also, we have begun scheduling, as mentioned, those meetings with editors, Internally, we want to ensure that trustees and staff members are aware of available communication tools and strategies by June 2013. The CRM staff has assisted trustees, schools, and departments on various projects, including videos, social media, and communication plans. In crisis management, we have the final versions of the crisis and critical incident communications response plans, and they will be in place this September 2013. In effect, though, I will say we are using them as we speak. The CRM staff are fully prepared to assist and respond in those situations. Draft plans have been written and shared with Strategic Council and tonight with the Board of Trustees. Those plans, by the way, are located on our communications portal on Insight and are key tools for our department. Promotion, branding, marketing, the director's annual report to the community video. Planning for the director's report for this year is under review with the director. Meanwhile, the 2012 director's annual report is being introduced 1 chapter at a time on the director's blog. There are 8 chapters in the report, and feedback has been very positive. Since the first chapter was introduced May the 6th, Chapter 1, known as Rigorous Care for All, has 52 views on the blog and 589 plays on our Vimeo channel. Chapter 2, High Performance Schools, has 62 views on the blog and 245 plays on Vimeo. And Chapter 3, known as Accountable to All, was posted just 2 days ago, but already has 16 views on the blog and 65 plays on Vimeo.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be talking to you about our logo project and our advertising campaigns. Because of concerns among some of the principals that they didn't have proper logos for their promotional initiatives, what we've done is we've started a project where we're going to create, update all the logos for the schools and create ones in formats that are applicable to things like t-shirts, mugs, any other promotional items. Currently, a lot of schools don't have logos of the proper resolution in order to do this. So we've asked the schools to submit all the logos that they have in the various formats. That's done. The department is going through them to determine what's needed, and we should have an RFP ready for early July. The second thing I want to talk to you about is our advertising campaign. The department's taken a new focus. We're placing greater emphasis on radio and the online world because that's essentially where many of our parents live. In April, we conducted a second registration campaign, which was designed to boost awareness for our new R2L sites. We used Yes FM out of the States. It's a station that has a strong presence in the 20 to 35-year-old age range, and those are the people that are registering their kids for kindergarten now. We tried another online campaign utilizing the Ottawa Citizen, Recorder and Times, the Standard Freeholder, and EMC newspapers. And we supplemented them with road signs for 3 months for the new FTK sites. All 3 online campaigns were judged successful, meeting or exceeding industry standards. One of the things we're also experimenting with is animated ads. It appears to us that the animated ads are a little bit more effective than the static ones. Actually, if I can get this to work, I'm going to show you one of them. This is one that we had on the Recorder and Times. So, just a second, please. Actually, Lisa, can I get some help here, please? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Just bear with me, please. Okay, well. Yeah, actually I did, just okay. Here, okay. Okay. All right, sorry for the delay. So essentially what happens is if you go on the online newspaper, you get that animated ad pops up. The second thing we did was we worked with YouTube. Again, this is an area where a lot of people are spending their time. So we created a short video to test the effectiveness of YouTube. And as an advertising and public relations tool, it appeared to be pretty successful. We actually obtained 57,000 views for a short commercial about 1.5 minutes that we created with a Thousand Islands Elementary School student. And the interesting thing is we generated nearly 13,700 click-throughs to our website. So now we still have to experiment as to what time of year we're going to use it. We're considering maybe January, February, which is a big push in online registrations. And of course, another thing we're going to do is a survey to evaluate the effectiveness of the various avenues that we're using. So, thank you very much.
You see YouTube?
I'll find it.
Okay, so I'm going to be providing an update on UCTV. Again, UCTV is an online video streaming tool that we've been using over the last year or so. So since our last report, the CRM department held the UCTV logo design contest. Let me just put all these up here. There we go. For secondary students, and after receiving more than 40 submissions from students all across the board, we selected 3 winners instead of 1 winner because we enjoyed so many different aspects of their submissions. So right now, the 3 designs have been given to a graphic designer, and this person is going to put together a professional logo that will be used on all UCTV communications from now on and be created into an animation for the beginning of all videos. So we're really looking forward to getting that. That should be developed by the end of June. We also developed UCTV guidelines. These guidelines outline what we currently use UCTV for, how much notice we currently need to cover certain events, and what some of our future plans are. These guidelines are in draft form, but will be available to all UCDSB staff on the CRM portal by June. As of May 2013, we are in the beginning stages of developing a new collaborative agreement with the Eastern Ontario Network, which would see their staff assisting CRM staff in producing live and recorded broadcasts for UCTV, potentially working with our schools, teachers, and students from grades 5 to 12 on a curriculum which will teach the students the tools needed to create, produce, direct, film, and participate in live and recorded broadcasts. EON will also broadcast our school events on their network for double exposure and will assist us in promoting this initiative at no cost to the board. EON staff will be assisting CRM staff as well with training and support. It is our goal to offer all secondary schools the technology and training required to host their own live streaming in-house by the end of 2013. This opportunity will drastically increase the number of events which can be shared with parents and community members, further increasing the board's visibility around the world. Our ultimate goal is for every school in the board to have the ability to live stream events by December 2015. Now for video. A video production strategy and request form were developed in March 2013 and shared with principals, the senior team, and school office staff in April. The strategy, entitled Student Voice, Student Achievement, includes 2 years worth of video projects that will be based off of firsthand experiences of our students. The video request form is to be used by any staff member who requests video production from our department. The form outlines that the CRM department offers video production services to support and promote crew strategic charters, board-wide initiatives, and specific school-based initiatives which are approved by the director. As for social media, under promotions and branding, a draft of the UCDSB social media strategy and standards were developed by the target date of April 2013. Both documents, still in draft form for review by all of our department members, are now available to all UCDSB staff on the CRM department portal. These documents appear with our other social media training documents for staff, and they've been discussed with 7 families of schools to date. The purpose of the strategy is to further contribute to the board's overall communication strategy by using social media tools to market, promote, communicate, and manage crises and relationships in a manner that is timely and fiscally responsible. It outlines what the board is focusing on in terms of social media use for communications purposes and why we are using these tools. The purpose of the standards is to provide guidelines that outline the appropriate and effective use of social media by employees of the UCDSB. It's not a document of rules, rather it's a list of expectations and tips on how to handle yourself online. These guidelines will evolve as social media evolves. We will be finalizing these documents shortly, but it's important to keep in mind that they are living documents that will need to be modified as social media tools and potential purposes grow and change. Thank you.
So I'm going to continue with the social media portion, but I'm going to give you some statistics. So we provided you all with a sheet. We haven't included all of these numbers in the full report, so we just thought this would be handy for you to have when you're done the meeting. So we are currently now at 94% of our schools who are actively using social media in a combination of Facebook and or Twitter. So that's a huge increase since September, so we're very pleased with that. We've completed social training, Allison and I, at 9 family of schools training sessions, and that's been very successful to date, and I think the office staff have come away much more comfortable with social media than where they started. Our UCDSB Facebook page is at almost 2,900 likes, and it's up from only 1,000 at the beginning of September 2012. So we have almost tripled the number of people who have liked the Facebook page and are following us actively. Our most widely shared stories tend to be news releases about critical incidents that have taken place at our school, and they average 1,500 plus shares and likes and comments. The highest was 15,500, and that was at Beckwith Public School, where there was an incident of a stranger that was hanging around in a driveway. So that shows that the parents are using this to communicate with each other and to share the news when it's important. Following that, we have school and board activities, especially if there's a photo. There tends to be a high share rate. That's increasing to about 600 to 1,000 now. And the director's blog and the fast facts are also starting to be viewed much more, averaging 650 or more times. Our most viral posting was the video that we posted. It was posted by the Kemptville Public School grade 1-2 teacher, Beth Granger. It's their entry for Reel to Reel, and it's the students singing and performing to a song that they're entering the film in. And that has reached, the virility is 4.44%, which is amazing for Facebook. So that's a huge, huge showing. Our biggest demographic on Facebook is now the age 35 to 44 age group, around 28%, followed by the next group down, age 25 to 34 at about 20%. So this ties in with our advertising strategy, because these are the parents that we want to reach for kindergarten and school age registration. So that's just proving that we are on the right track with that. The next portion is building capacity, the department training of our board staff. And we have completed PLC training model at 7 families of schools, sorry, with the initial training being on the website and social media management. We've done a very, very basic introduction to posting on the website because there's a lot of concern out there in the schools about the time and effort it takes for that. So people are now using it, and it's proven quite successful. It's been very well received by the office staff. They're pleased to be getting training on a focused basis in their family of schools grouping, and they also like the time to network with their colleagues, which they don't tend to get a lot of. We now have trained over 100 school office staff and principals on the social media training, so both Facebook and Twitter, and we're almost at 50 being trained in the website management. And now we are at a huge rise in the Facebook and Twitter accounts, and also our active websites has increased to 59%, which is still not high, but it's much better than we were, and we're getting them convinced of the use of coordinating the Facebook, Twitter, and the website on how it can be a good part of their strategy. So there's a huge increase in the comfort level in the basic management, and we have them, part of the training day is having them actually work on their sites and their accounts while we're there. So we are there to support them and show them and have them walk through with their own actual data. So that's been very successful. So this training ensures that the school office staff now have the skills and the tools to communicate more effectively with their school communities, which is showing if you look at any of the school Facebook sites. As Allison mentioned, we've developed a document library on our portal, and this holds all of our information and training documents for use by the principals and office staff and vice principals. And we're just updating it regularly as things change. Facebook tends to change about once a week or so, so we just keep updating the documents there and directing them where to find the information. Allison and I will also be presenting this Friday at the OPC Day on social media and website management, and it's expected that we'll probably reach between 50 and 90 principals at the 3 training sessions, so that will be another huge increase in the people trained. And I will also be presenting a workshop at the National CASE Conference this fall, and the topic is creating and implementing a social media plan from board to schools. Under the relationship management, it ties in with the training, but we are strengthening the relationship between our department and the schools through our meetings with the family of schools principals, the follow-up training with the school office staff, and the support that we offer after the training is complete. This has helped to increase confidence in the schools and acceptance of the change in communication strategies to increase the focus on the value of social media use in our schools. The second part is the connected issues being sent are increasing the visibility of our board and our schools, and that's going out through email distribution by the key communicators to their community ambassadors. and it's being posted on the board website and also being shared through the board and school Facebook and Twitter sites. And every time we see more and more schools sharing that. So it's gradually getting out there and will hopefully keep increasing next year.
In closing, I want to add that in our department, we recognize that we directly serve our students and staff each and every day, and there's no doubt that the most satisfying work we do is in our schools. Our commitment to service excellence is our department's culture. We will continue to stay on the leading edge of social media to ensure we are listening to our communities and providing key information to our target audiences. This fall, we plan to have highly respected communications professional Barry McLaughlin visit us to provide advice on how we can further improve our professional communications initiatives. We know we're on the right track, and we look forward to further demonstrating that to trustees. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee McAllister?
Terry, Mark, Allison, and Cindy, since you hit the reset button, or since we asked you to hit the reset button and come up with a new communication plan, I guess over a year ago or more, I think you've done a tremendous job. I'm really pleased. I feel as if that you have listened to us, and you know we have set high expectations for you, and you have, if not met them, exceeded them. So I really like the idea of. I did not quite understand initially the CMR being relationship management, but I certainly see it now because in terms of the partnerships that you've developed with your editors and with the community, that whole issue of social media and propaganda TV, I think you've done a great job. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Trustee Karkner?
My congratulations also. I've seen this work in action, and it is indeed a big improvement, and I appreciate it and thank the team. I think the radio ads that we heard with the kindergarten child, at least I believe it was a kindergarten child, were terrific, and I had a lot of compliments from the public about hearing from the child. That was a good thing to do. I have a question about reel to reel. It is happening this year. I'm just wondering when that is happening. Do you have any
Director?
input into that?
In June, and I don't have the date right in front. Actually, I do have the date somewhere right here.
Excuse me, through you, Chair, June 7th.
Thank you.
And you won't be here.
That's right.
Any other comments? Trustee McDonald?
Thank you. I just want to focus on the promotions branding for a second. I think it was Mark who talked about the logos. When you're talking about the logos, are you indicating the school logos or the board logo?
Through you, Chair, the school logos.
School logos. And do you have the availability of the board logo for school use as well, set up somewhere?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. There's a common drive. We do get from time to time, though, requests from schools looking for the board logo, and our department often is the recipient of that type of request, and we were able to oblige quickly.
Just to follow up, are you developing user guidelines, parameters about? It's one to have the right format of the logo, but guidelines of how they should use the logo from a branding standpoint. We want to try and ensure that everybody's using something in a similar fashion and not appearing in less favorable places.
Through you, Chair, I won't assume I know what a less favorable place looks like, but I would suggest that in good judgment, we've not encountered any issues with an unfavorable place, so to speak. I know that there is still a policy that was adopted by the board, I believe, shortly after amalgamation in '98, which did specifically state the board logos in the top left corner, the name of the chair and the director at the bottom of the ad, et cetera, et cetera. There are some schools that have used some of their own design work, if you will, to promote various things, whether it be a commencement exercise or otherwise. But never has there been a challenge, I suppose, offered either from the trustee table or senior administration, et cetera, or from anybody in our schools who has, contacted us to say, what about this? So I would say there's still a bit of flexibility available, which probably is healthy. But at the same time, if there are concerns with any regard to an ad that a school has designed or submitted, I would welcome that feedback and input, and we would certainly address it accordingly.
Trustee McDonald?
Next is on the social media aspect. So on the information that was provided tonight, it's indicated that 94% of our schools are actively using either Facebook or Twitter, or a combination of that. So we've seen an increase in Facebook likes from 29 or at 2,900, which is about 1,000 more than September. Do you have a target in mind about where you want to end up, where you want to be next year? Or do you have a strategy to get to that target?
Through you, Chair, and I certainly invite Cindy and Allison if they have a comment to offer on that. I'm not so sure we have a hard and fast number of a target of a year out, but I would certainly suggest to you a higher number, yes. It's indicative of the progress that in September last year compared to now, it's actually almost 3 times the increase. We went from 1,000 to 2,900. So with that kind of, a soaring improvement, I believe we've got a trend that we've established through our work, and I suspect the trend would continue to increase that particular figure. And so we'll be watching those metrics regularly, and certainly be pleased to continue to share them with trustees and senior administration, et cetera, so we're well aware of that we are continuing to make progress.
Trustee McDonald?
Just maybe to back up, I guess, the reason I asked the question is maybe you can explain the importance of having a like on Facebook. What does that actually accomplish?
What does that translate to? Okay, I would ask Allison to offer an comment on that, please.
We think about the numbers all the time through you, Chair. And although we find them extremely important, the whole point for us is to try to keep that relationship going. So even though we really appreciate and we're happy that our numbers have increased, we also really value the fact that we have great dialogue back and forth on social media. So a like is the first step, but the second step and the most important step is keeping them liking the page and staying on the page and interacting with the page. So I hope that answers.
Go ahead, Trustee McDonald.
That's fine, but I think what does me liking the page afford you the ability to do?
Okay, through you, Chair. So for someone to like the page, it means that they have chosen to receive automatic updates on Facebook from our page. So if we have this new connection with someone, we can basically personally reach out to them and provide them with information on any sort of news or information that we have. So when they choose to like the page, they've chosen to get our updates, and so it allows us to make that really direct connection with them when they're on Facebook for personal, professional reasons, whatever.
So
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate that the importance then is that if they've made that connection, that we want to establish the relationship and then continue the relationship so that they continue to like it. And there is I guess, potential that if we don't, pay attention or are not observant of what's happening on the page, we may lose that. And I just look at the number of likes associated to Facebook, and I'm only zeroing in on Facebook, and I apologize, there's many, many more aspects to social media. But I look at the opportunity, the number of likes that we could potentially get, right? So it's good growth, I like that. I mean, it's 3 times, I appreciate that. But if I look at the potential users within the catchment area of Eastern Ontario, and I say Upper Canada catchment area, I know there's more than 3,000 people. And so what we want to be able to do, I think from my standpoint anyway, is making sure that our message is received by our students, our parents, and the community in general, because it ties into what you're doing, I think, as well with your information that you're sharing out. So if we can increase the likes, the information is just easily disseminated out to people without having the share aspect. And so that's why I was focusing on, do we have a growth in mind? Was there a certain target that we were looking at?
Yep, go ahead. I was gonna say, one thing with the likes, people have to have a Facebook account to like the page. People can go on and view the page and the information on there without actually liking it. So it's not a true accurate figure of how many people are following it. You'll see that more when you see the individual stories, like the Beckwith story being shared 15,500 times. That's the potential reach of it. And when we're training the schools, what we do is we have them go on the school page, we have them like the board page and the board Champions for Kids page and the Small School Summit page, and their the schools in their family of schools have them like their page as well. So when parents go on to their child's school page, they'll see these other pages as well, and then that will possibly encourage them to look, not just following the school information, but the board information. And we see a huge spike after a snow day, or a snow day that should have been a snow day but wasn't a snow day. We get a huge increase in the amount of people following our page because they know that they can get those updates. And once we start sharing it with the schools that follow us, they see it and then they share it. So we're only seeing a very tiny portion of the numbers of what people are actually looking. It's the broader sense. It's the relationship with the schools and through the schools directly to their parents following that. And it's just, I don't know how you would ever track those numbers. You can look at individual posts and see like how many new likes came after that post, or how many people shared it, how many people liked it, how many people commented. If I was to share something from the board on my personal page, the shares start anew. So if I share it and then my friends start sharing it, we don't see those statistics. So those statistics are only on my personal page. So I don't think that we could put a firm number in place. It's just we're looking at it by we follow all of the school pages and seeing the increase in activity on those pages. Any given day that we look, you're seeing huge amounts of interactions between the parents and the schools, and you'll see the duplication between the board and the schools.
You know, Trustee McDonald, I want to see 30,000, 40,000. But interesting, while you were asking the question, Peel District School Board, 3,000. Toronto District School Board, 4,000. Ottawa, 2,000. So it's interesting. I wonder almost if there's we need to do a better job of just generically telling parents that this is an opportunity. Because if those boards are struggling to get likes and they're so much bigger than we are, it might be that there's just a cultural thing in parents to not even think about, oh, my school's on Facebook. So that gets back, if I might ask a question. Are you done yours? And just before I go to you, Trustee McPherson, just going back to Trustee McDonald's, the brand book or the style guide, we get these things when we do projects for companies and you have to do custom logo, and they tell you what colors to use, and they tell you what style of Facebook logo and what the Twitter logo style they want and where they want that. And I just wonder when I also know that we don't want to be too prescriptive, but I think it's getting to the point where I think it's reasonable for us to have the expectation that all schools on information going home have a certain standard of information. And if I'm taking up space as chair and the director, I'm going to volunteer his spot and my spot to get rid of those because we're not that important, but our Facebook address would be. And I think that it might be time for us to start looking at the idea of a style guide or brand book so that we can give schools the idea that this is our expectation, that when you send out something, when you design your newsletter, these are the pieces of information that have to be on there, and including our Facebook and Twitter.
Through you, Chair, to respond to that, our team would be frankly delighted to take a look at that, take a look at what some other boards are doing. And I quite agree if the news release, instead of having, I'm not suggesting your name and title and the directors need to be removed. I would suggest instead that, the Facebook address, some links could be on every news release, absolutely.
Yeah, and if that's a policy, tell us which one it is, because we'll get rid of that one. You know, like I think that there's important information that needs to be on these things. So, yeah. And I don't know. I guess what my cursory look is, I don't know that there is another board for us to go look at. I mean, if those three boards, you know, proportionally have a mere pittance of likes compared to ours, then I think you know we need to just stay out in front. And
Through you, Chair, in response, I would suggest we would consult through the National School Public Relations Association in the States. I do know there are a number of boards south of the border that are very leading edge in these areas.
Trustee McPherson?
Just a comment. I'm on Facebook right now. I've got a 14-year-old daughter that spends 3/4 of her time on Facebook. And yes, she's on the Upper Canada side. She's also on the school side. I know myself, I've got Student Transportation of Eastern Ontario on my Facebook site. As a trustee, I find it exceptionally handy of feeling the phone buzz, checking my Facebook page, and finding out that the lockdown has been lifted at Rockland Public School. Yes, 2,900 seems a little light, but as Greg says, when you compare it to some very large boards, I think we're doing pretty good. My daughter can find out when and who has the spare periods at her high school. She can log on through the school site if she's forgotten what her homework assignment was, and lots of times it's posted right there. Or she can connect to her teacher through it. So I commend, and I'll admit, when we started this, I won't use the word revolution, but this evolution of our communications and resource department, I thought it was more the same old stuff. And I commend you on embracing technology as you have. And you haven't turned me into a Facebook junkie yet, but it is a very valuable tool in my role as trustee. And it gives me the sense of being in touch all the time. And we've just started the journey, and it will be interesting to see where you end up.
Okay, any other, Trustee McCray?
Through you, Chair. It would seem to me just the name relationship is really kind of critical to all of this, and that the best place to start a relationship might be with some of our new parents who are thinking of registering, for example, someone in the full-day kindergarten. So that might be just, you know, kind of the starting point. I'm just wondering, when we do our registrations, especially of our new people coming into our board, do we ever ask them why they came our way, what made them select our board, and how did they learn about it? Just to see if, in fact, they are utilizing this package that you put together.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Trustee McRae. I'll ask Mark Calder to make a comment on that because the timing is interesting. We actually have such a survey in the works that Mark is working on. I'll just ask him to make a few comments on that.
Actually, we're sort of taking a two-pronged approach to that. There has been a survey done by the teacher T4L department that asks similar questions. You know, why they decided to choose our board, how they learned about our board. And currently our department is doing a very brief survey on why people are choosing our board, what avenues, whether it's newspapers, whether it's Facebook, whether it's word of mouth. That survey has been prepared with the help of Sarah Crawford, and that should be issued sometime in the next 2 days. So we will have that data. Thank you.
Trustee Karkner?
Through you, Chair, for Mr. Calder, isn't there a question on the registration form for kindergarten as to where did you hear about us, or Isn't that
The
on
online
there?
registration, yes, there is. But we want to dig a little deeper to find out what tools we can
Just,
use to encourage.
Mr. Calder, can I just ask you to move closer to the mic or move the mic up, or I want to make sure everybody can hear your
My
words.
apologies. Actually, yeah, the current survey asks questions like, how did you hear about our board? But we want to dig a little deeper. We want to find out what tools we can use to maximize the amount of people coming to our board. We want to find out, are they using Facebook? Are they using YouTube? And the current survey does a good job at getting a lot of data, but I think that we can do a better job.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Greg,
Yep, go ahead, Susan.
from a Facebook junkie here, I manage several pages myself, and I think we're getting too caught up on the likes maybe, because you do not have to like a page to even interact with the page. And I think the important part is the interaction on that page. I know at the Upper Canada page that there is a lot of comments from parents on many of the posts that the staff put on there, but there's also a lot of posts that come from parents onto the page itself. Question though, do we ever use the promoted posts option on our website, on our Facebook page? Hello?
Through you, Chair. We are aware of the promoted posts, and we have used social media advertising in the past, and we plan on doing that again in the future. The specifically promoted posts, we haven't really found a need to do that at this point because of the popularity of a lot of the posts that we do post. We get a lot of feedback. So that is something that we are looking into more and more, and it'll continue throughout all of our advertising campaigns.
So, if there are no other questions, I just want to ask, there's when we are going to establish a presence on Google+.
Google Plus, that has been in our, through you, Chair, it has been on our radar. We haven't found the need to use Google Plus at this point. We don't know, we don't hear about Google Plus ever, besides through social media communications that we receive. People who are really into social media tend to use Google Plus. At this point, our main audience is not on Google Plus. If they are, we will go.
Now, how do you know that?
We researched.
No. Student
I was
trust.
just going to say, for the time being, the office staff, a lot of them, they've been in the role a long time, and they're very intimidated by the thoughts of social media. So we're taking baby steps. Getting them onto the Facebook is a good first start. More and more, we're being able to get them onto Twitter. I don't think we want to overload them just yet with Google Plus. If people ask us, I mean, we'd be happy to do it, but right now we're focusing just on the two and the website so that we can get the basic communication started.
There's a bit of a gender split, though, right, between Facebook and Google Plus, and so we're reaching one, but no.
Depends which statistics you look at.
All right, student trustee Collard.
Through you, Chair. None of my student senators know what Google Plus is. Not one.
Okay. That's okay. It seems to me I asked about Facebook 5 years ago, and people looked at me strangely, so that's fine.
Just ahead of the curve.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
All right, trustees, now invite up Superintendent of School Effectiveness David Coombs to talk to us about traveling to school.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, trustees. I'd like to invite up my co-presenter tonight, Suzanne Rivard of Healthy Communities Partnerships, Lanark, Leeds, and Grenville. Good evening, Suzanne.
Good evening, everyone.
About a little more than a year ago now, Suzanne came and approached me with an idea, a project. And just so you know, that happens quite a bit. Our schools are the hubs of our community, and a lot of agencies and organizations want access to our students through our schools. So had an initial idea about school travel planning and about safer routes to school to encourage students to walk, bike, roll their way to school instead of being driven by their parents. So what I said at the time, saying this sounds like a very good and interesting and good thing to do for our kids, but quite frankly, you know, there's a lot we could do. We can't do everything. Why should we do this? So Suzanne came back and had a mound of evidence that pointed to the benefit that school travel planning has to our communities and to students. And to explain a little bit more about what school travel planning is, I'll turn it over to Suzanne.
Thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you tonight about school travel planning. So I'm not sure about everyone sitting around this table and in the gallery tonight, but I know when I was a child, I used to walk to school uphill both ways in 4 feet of snow. Okay, maybe the snow is an exaggeration, but the rest is true. Ask my mom. So what we want to do is so that kids have these stories to share with their kids someday. We want this to become part of life again. So here you'll see a picture of Westminster Public School. This is one of our pilot schools in Brockville for our program. STP involves the community working together so that children living within walkable distance of school can walk, cycle, or roll to school safely. We're supported by many community partners, many of whom are with us tonight. And also we are supported by Green Communities Canada. They are the organization that has created the school travel plan model. They provide us with evidence-based, effective models, including the toolkit, the facilitator's guide, data collection tools, national results, national newsletter, a fantastic website that I encourage you all to check out on your free time, facilitator training webinars to keep us updated and current on the new trends for active and safe travel. It's a national association of 30+ local nonprofit organizations. So what is the issue? In 1980, we had 70 to 75% of our children walking to school that were supposed to be using active modes. By the year 2010, we only have 30 to 35%. That is a significant decrease, and there's many reasons for this. Some of them are that the built environment is not always conducive to walking or biking. Parents often drive their children everywhere for the sake of convenience. Many schools are getting further away as we amalgamate our smaller schools into larger ones. The Canadian weather is challenging. Common family structure and lifestyle is changing as well. And of course, we all know that we have news stories that are now so widely promoted that we increase the risk of fear within our parents and children. Although that is actually a false fact, our children are now safer than my generation was. So why do we want to do this? School travel planning, as I've mentioned, is an evidence-based comprehensive approach to dealing with travel-related issues at schools, and we know they exist. The STP model assesses the challenges and strengths related to active school travel and uses this knowledge to develop and implement action plans, which are living documents and are reviewed within 2 years. The key to the success of this program is engaging local stakeholders. One of the key stakeholders, of course, is the Upper Canada District School Board. Canadian children want to be active. The Active Healthy Kids Canada report card, and this is from the 2012, not the 2013, because it was just released. And if you've had a chance to review that piece of information that's come out, it supports active travel even in a larger base. But it states that although 63% of children's after-school time is being spent sedentary, 74% of those children said that if they had a choice, they would prefer to be active. So they don't want to be sitting down, they want to be active. And school travel planning works to ensure that the atmosphere is right for their parents, to allow their children to get the physical activity they want after and before school, and to get important exercise. It's also a well-known fact with evidence base that students who travel actively to school arrive more alert and ready to learn, and statistically their test scores are higher as well. Another win. So when we look at our steering committee, these are some of the members that we want to ensure that are in place. We currently have support from many of these stakeholders in both Brockville and Mississippi Mills. We have support from the Leeds, Grenville, and Lanark District Health Unit, Brockville Police, Safe Communities, Brockville Cycling Advisory Committee, Mississippi Mills Bicycle Month, Ontario Provincial Police, Lanark, Leeds, and Grenville Healthy Communities Partnership, and with support from the YMCA, Every Kid in Our Community, Heart and Stroke Foundation of Ontario, Girls Inc., and Family and Children's Services. So some of the benefits of school travel planning, why we should do this. The big one is physical health. We know that we have an epidemic coming around. Our children are sedentary. They're not active enough. We need to do as much as we can to increase their physical activity, which increases their overall health and longevity. Mental well-being. I know that this is a mission of Upper Canada District School Board, that we ensure the best mental health and situations available for your students. This is one easy step to ensure that you're doing that. Improved academic performance. Again, this will lead long-term to your 90% graduation rate. Happiness. If children are happy, they're more well-behaved. Who doesn't want to be happy? I do. Improved safety. There's a misnomer that this increases liability. This is not true. In fact, this decreases liability to school boards, communities, and parents. When it is a program that is evidence-based, supported, studied, and planned out effectively and safely, our risks decrease because our children are being transported in safe ways. Connectedness to the community, another goal of your school board. We want to have that connection. It's important for the viability and economic growth of all communities, which again in turn ensures that we have people living here to attend our schools. Basically, active children lead to active adults, reducing our health care costs overall, and that is something we all need to be worried about. So the school travel plan. It creates a profile, identifies transportation challenges. We conduct surveys of the area and data collection. We make highlights of that. We create active travel maps, and from that an action plan. So it works with the 4 E's: education, enforcement, encouragement, and engineering. It's 2 years. It's a living document for those 2 years. So if something's working, we can expand on it. If it isn't, we'll change it and find something to work. And it's owned by all the partners that embrace in this process. So some new highlights of infrastructure that may come highlighted from our school travel plan. For instance, new bike racks at schools that actually work for bikes to be held up properly and safely. I know some schools have them, they're well used, and some are a little bit underused. Simple things like painting lines across a walk path so that vehicles know there's pedestrians there and they need to be aware. Signage, realigning parking and travel during the school hours. And for accessibility, a bump down curb that allows for people in wheelchairs or bikes or any other mode to be accessible and inclusive in this program. That's a key part of this as well. So this is a picture from our Walk to School event day on March 20th with Westminster Public School. We walked 1.2 kilometers to the YMCA and back with students from grade 5-6. And it was chilly, but they had fun. You should have heard the laughter and the giggling. We stopped along the way before the railroad tracks, and there was ducks in a pond, and I swear every single child had to stop and make a comment on it. It was wonderful to see and hear. So as to where we are with Westminster and Naismith, we did have a trustee that joined us as well. At Westminster, we've concluded our parent awareness sessions, baseline data collection, and parent feedback related to those surveys, and the media event, which we just mentioned. At Naismith last evening, we presented to Mississippi Mills Council on school travel planning, and it was very warmly received by the council. So data collection will begin shortly from there. So just a few highlights to give you an idea of what we collect during the data collection, and this is from Westminster. 92 families completed the survey. An average age of child was 7.9 years. The mode of transportation to school was car 28.3%, bus 60.9%, and walking 10.9%. Traffic issues were identified at 47.1%. Parents stated they were too far from home was 22%. And parents drive their children everywhere. Convenience and time pressure is 21.5% that responded that. Only 9% stated that Canadian weather is challenging. We're Canadian, we suck it up. Parental fear for children's safety. So stranger danger rated at 5.9. Personal safety issues, and that also falls under the environmental issues of built environment, so lack of sidewalks, proper crossings, no crossing guards, that sort of thing, was at 10.8. And unsafe features at 11.8, and traffic danger 9.7. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions.
So did he know that they were ducks?
They did?
No, I'm wondering about the trustee. I knew the kids did.
Oh, and the trustee.
Because he didn't have the textbook in his hand. You know?
I don't know, but, oh, thank you. I do know that our trustee was almost going to drive to walk to the walking event.
Now, you shouldn't have said that.
So he shared, he thought.
Okay, I gotta get in here.
All right.
Through your
Trustee
chair.
McMillan?
Through your chair, yes. And you know, it's interesting you'd bring that up, because I was thinking about that at the exact same time as you said it. And because it comes down really to the essence of this whole thing, and it's a mind shift change. Somewhere along the line, mindsets of kids and mindsets of parents have changed to the point that we will now drive kids to school. Back when we were walking uphill in snow up to our waist, that was never in the equation. Parents would just say, you're going to be. So anyways, I live very close to Westminster School. And that day that I was going to go over there, it went through my mind, where am I going to park my car? Because there's going to be a lot of people there. And then it hit me, what am I thinking? I know what I'm going to. I can walk. And so I walked the same path, because for those of you that know me, I went to Westminster School, and I walked to Westminster School from grade 1 to grade 8, and I walked from where I live presently now to Thousand Islands every day. I walked. That was my mindset. And for some reason, the mindset has shifted. And I am guilty of it, and I did know they were ducks, I thought, but I had to check with Superintendent Coombs to make sure that's what they actually were. But I think, Suzanne, I think what you're doing is so important to the health of our kids, to the health of our schools. Let's take Westminster as an example. I can't comment for other schools, but I can for Westminster. When it is a rainy day, or not even a rainy day, if you go over there at bell time, the end of the day, you will see a lot of cars picking up kids, and that parking lot is jammed. And I can see Officer Locke at the back shaking his head. It's almost an accident waiting to happen. There's a lot of traffic on a very busy street of parents picking up their kids who probably, a lot of them could have been walking. Mm-hmm. So I've been involved with you, Suzanne, with Parent Involvement Committee. And I see how you do business, and I'm involved with you in this, and I'm very proud of what you're doing, and I think this is an amazing, amazing project.
Thank you very much.
Where's Superintendent Coombs? Is he not here tonight? I wanted to make sure he made sure that, oh, there he is, sorry. That's right, you were standing up there. I don't know what I was thinking. Here, I'm looking for you down here. You know what? You were so unimportant to this presentation. Sorry. All right, Trustee McPherson, I'm gonna shut up.
Through the chair. It's obvious not enough people in this room are watching Duck Dynasty. Then you know it was a duck. Just a question. Even though I am a school bus driver in another life, it's shocking to find over, I don't know how to categorize it, but about 100% drop in the rate of walking or cycling to schools And I can echo what our vice chair says. When you're sitting at a school, me and my boss, on a rainy day, the amount of traffic in there is phenomenal and dangerous. I know that the parents of today have a distinctly different style than the parents of yesterday. We have a term that we call them helicopter parents. I also aware of the fact that we've had declining enrollment, but it's still shocking to find this great a drop. Could you comment how, through the chair, how those two factors would affect this rate?
Go ahead.
Do you want to take that one? Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That's been a real topic of discussion going forward. Is as Trustee McMillan mentioned, there has been a shift in culture, and certainly the evidence would suggest that. I think part of the issues, and when we've talked to parents about this particular issue, the first thing that we need to get out is what exactly is preventing you from allowing your child to walk to school. And what's really fascinating is there is a different perception that somehow there is greater dangers to our children now than there were 20 or 30 years ago. The stranger danger, the ubiquitousness of media stories whenever something bad does happen, and certainly for some dual income families where both parents work, sometimes it's the one part of the day when they sit in the car with their kids. And all these things contribute, I think, to I guess an erosion of children getting themselves to school on their own. But part of this project, and this is a pilot project in 2 areas, and we are anxious to go into other areas of the board on a step-by-step basis. But part of this process is re-educating parents about the benefits of sending your kid to school in an active way. And the partners who are here today, which we're grateful for, are a big part of that. And the big part of this is that the Upper Canada School Board is an important partner here, but we are one stakeholder, and we are one of many. And I believe truly that this is going to be a slow process over time, but that certainly it's heading in the right direction.
Trustee McAllister?
I'd like to ask Suzanne a question. With regard to Westminster and Naismith, could you demonstrate or tell me how this program has evolved? And furthermore, maybe my second part would be, how would you see it unfolding in other schools in the board?
Good question. It's interesting how it's evolved. It started very much as a personal mission of mine when my son, who's now going to be 21, hit kindergarten. So it's been a 17-year lifelong process for me in wanting to ensure that our children have what I had growing up. And through many conversations over the years, we've just built to a sense of readiness where we're all now starting to talk about the health and wellness of not just our children, but our communities at large. So when we had our recreation day, and Mr. Superintendent Coombs was there, Alan Metcalf and I kind of cornered him and said, would you be approachable to listening to a request? And he was very kind and said yes, and I'm sure he does get many of those and thought, oh goodness, what now? I'm a little persistent, and we just kept kind of knocking at that door until the benefits were shown so strongly that it was very difficult to say no. One of the unique challenges that we have going forward is that we are a largely rural school board here. The school travel planning model is more of an urban process, but through strong connections with Green Communities and Jackie Kennedy, who's the director of that, we converse on a regular basis personally, and she's giving us all kinds of support to create new models and go with the readiness level at each school that we approach. So while we have our regional steering committee of our upper level stakeholders at each school, the process will be geared upon the data collection that is there and the level of readiness by both school staff and parents. So you could walk into any school throughout Upper Canada and they would all be doing school travel planning, but it might be at a different level. For instance, Naismith, I anticipate from their eagerness and their readiness to move forward, will be up and running by the same time that Westminster is. And that's simply because of parents who are already engaged and a municipal council rep who wants to see this happen. I'm not sure if that's answering your question, but it'll be an evolving process that will grow. But we'll just be rolling along, pun intended, that it really depends on the readiness and the commitment from our stakeholders to ensure that we can move this forward. And it's important that we have all of those key stakeholders because that'll be the sustainability behind the process.
Thanks, Susan.
One of the impacts that has changes our approach to transportation is the competition with coterminous boards. So, that's another factor that is often used, who will transport kids, who will pick them up. So it's going to need to balance that off in those areas. I also think that, we started the meeting talking about bell times, and I can't help that bell times really support this, especially the fact that we've moved to a lot of K-6 schools. And so if there is a local high school and that starts an hour earlier, it's a little hard to have them walk the kids to school if that were to happen. I'm not saying that would happen, so.
But they could be our home walkers.
They could be your home walkers. Trustee McPherson?
I have a question on infrastructure through the chair.
Yep, go ahead.
If you drive around and look at our rural schools, every one of them eventually attracts housing. Speaking of my home school, there are 2 or 3 subdivisions easily within walking distance of that school. Probably 15 to 20% of the population of that school comes from those subdivisions. And yet, for a lack of sidewalks, those students are usually bused, picked up within sight of the school, and at most an 8 to 10 minute walk, even in dirty weather. Is there some avenue that school boards, and I'm not just speaking about us because I'm sure this exists elsewhere, can leverage when subdivisions are being approved?
Absolutely.
That at least some money be invested in infrastructure to allow children to access the school that quite often is within sight of their house without having to board a school bus. Have a 5-minute drive and then sit for 6 minutes waiting for the bell to ring. I don't know, and I'm putting it out there as rhetorically, I guess.
Anything? Trustee Carpenter? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Actually, the school travel planning model does address built environment challenges and how we move forward with those. So when you're creating your school travel plan, if you've identified that there's a subdivision in an area that is lacking the built environment, sidewalks, pathways, etc., that is when we go to another key stakeholder who we engage in this process at the upper level, which is our municipality, and work with them and see when, according to their budget, they can promote building these things to advance the active transportation. So again, that's one of the key components of this is the collaborative work plan and partners that we have in place. And understanding that some of those may be a 10-year plan, but they will happen. And then also through zoning and planning, we are encouraging through another avenue for municipalities to support that they look at those criteria when a new subdivision is being considered to be built, is that they're looking at all of those criteria before it takes place.
Trustee Collard.
Through you, Chair, I don't know if it has been addressed already. I was trying to find it somewhere. Is this school travel planning geared toward elementary schools?
At the moment, yes, we're working with elementary schools. We do have a model that is just fresh tried in Ottawa for the intermediate secondary school process. That's another exciting thing, is that Upper Canada will be shown as a leader as we move into our 7 to 12 models, because we have a higher portion of those. We're excited with that. And another thing that I can share that is exciting is Share the Road, which is a cycling coalition, has a program that will be starting in the fall, hopefully in Gananoque, with the intermediate secondary students to promote safe cycling.
Trustee Karkner?
I had the opportunity to attend the workshop that they put on after Trustee McMillan went for his walk with the students, and I was quite impressed how the steering committee is gung-ho and really on side with this initiative, and I was quite impressed. I didn't know anything about it, and I certainly came out of there knowing a lot more than I did before, so good luck and bring it east.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate you taking time to do that and carry on the efforts. Well, I think we talked about an update, did we not, David? So in a year or so?
I'd say, yeah, at the most, yes.
Okay, all right. We'll look forward to getting an update then. Thanks. Okay, team, we're now moving to continuation of our budget updates. And who's up first? Are you up first, Ian? Okay. Do you want to say anything or just go straight to Ian? All right, Ian, the floor is yours.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I realize that I'm on the wrong side of a hockey game. I know there's great interest in analytics, so I should share the critical analytic of the evening, 1-0 Senators. Not sure how I know that. Just feel it maybe in my bones. Just to orient you where we are in terms of our presentation of budget content, you've already heard some presentations from the Teaching for Learning department. You've heard school operations from Superintendent Coombs, as well as alternative education, student engagement by Superintendent Susan Edwards. And really what we're focusing on for this part of the budget presentation is the curriculum and program portion. So I did want to start with a quotation that frames our work. And it's one of those quotations that when you first read it just kind of floats over you. And that what teachers teach and how they teach it makes a big difference. And it's not all that long ago that wasn't really an accepted belief. It was seen that really how students perform was largely a result of some predetermined ability. And a lot of schooling was really focused on finding ways to select and sort students into the appropriate stream or destination as a result of that. So the idea that we would actually be able to change a student's trajectory based on what we did is a relatively new idea, but I think it's a really exciting idea, and it's certainly one that frames our work. And our mission, quite simply, in our department is to improve instruction. We recognize that classroom teachers are primarily responsible for student achievement, along with the support of their principals, but just like that hockey game tonight, those athletes are very talented and very capable, but they have all kinds of resources to help them perform at a very high level. And we see our job as trying to do that as well. It's interesting in how we try to approach this work. And one of the things that we do is to try and support people who want to study the effectiveness of their classroom efforts. We try and anchor most of our work to the schoolhouse in our model, rather than trying to pull people out frequently. That was a previous trend in models, was to always be pulling people out of schools for training and support. We have to do that sometimes, but as much as possible, we find it much more effective to be working with people in the place where they actually do their work. So we try and support both our teachers and principals in feeling confident and capable on delivering what is a pretty rigorous and robust curriculum, sometimes delivered in some pretty challenging circumstances. We also see our job as accessing current research on what is promising and best practices. We do our own studies of instructional effectiveness. We try and create structures that help people to learn not just when we're there, but after we leave. So what are structures that really lever professional learning in the school? It's a challenge because it's a pretty demanding job to have full care and responsibility for our students. So finding time and structures that enable sharing of practice and dialogue among the adults sometimes is something that requires its own design on top of that. And we've put a strong emphasis on supporting instructional leadership. A number of years ago, when we were doing our research for this work, we were looking at what are the kinds of things that leadership does when there is positive student achievement. And there really are a number of factors that can have a positive impact on student achievement. So you can have a safe, orderly environment. Most people recognize that as important. Setting goals and vision and strategy, that has some importance as well. Supervising and monitoring curriculum, that has a role. But there's one thing above all others that has almost twice the impact of all those other things, and that is when the instructional leader or the principal is an active participant in the professional learning of the teachers in the school. I'll just say that again. When the principal is an active participant in the professional learning of school, it's twice as powerful as any other thing they do if you're looking at measuring student achievement. So we feel that that makes it worthy of our attention. So one of the other things that we do, and this is maybe not the flashy part of our work, I was looking at the virality score, I think it was that Cindy was talking about. I'm not sure what that is, but it sounds like it'd be a really good thing to have a high number in. One of the things that we do is we have a number of purchasing agents for educational products and services for students and the citizens of Ontario. And one of them is the Ministry of Education. They're quite involved in, I guess, tasking us with various things that they wish to see implemented at a school district level. And basically the ministry tasks us on average once a day, every single day, for 365 days of the school year, and we keep of the calendar year. We keep a log of that. There are a lot of exciting things that come into that tasking, and often there are resources attached, funding, money, but often with strings attached. Sometimes very positive things, achieve an outcome for students and you get this money. We do a report back process and that. So we kind of try and manage that. I was talking to principals today, and believe it or not, it's a bit like a fire hose in terms of what comes out. So what we try and do is actually filter it a little bit, but see if we can't make connections to things that we're already doing, maybe use it to maybe extend something a little faster than we would have had normally. And I'm sure the principal's saying, what, you actually filter some of that stuff? It feels like you're giving me everything they have, but I assure you we're not. So part of it is just trying to look for alignment and coordination and just kind of managing all that backroom stuff that happens behind the scenes. So I feel a little bit like we're the convener that sets up for the basketball game, books the referees, gets the benches out, sets up the chairs, and everybody just gets to go and enjoy a great basketball game. So the fact that they're not really thinking about all that stuff, that's really fine with us. We get our satisfaction in other ways. So the ministry demands a lot in terms of curriculum and policy support. So recently, today, there was a link call to principals talking about implementing policy and program memorandum 155. So what the box of rules there, and where we can, some technical support to manage all of those things that they have to do. We also have initiatives that come from this organization. So you think of the Virtual Learning Commons, an exciting issue of last year. So when it comes to implementing that, hiring people, training people, supervising people, managing the budget, doing all that, that's kind of where we step in and do that. If you look at something like Building 2020 recommendations of French programming, that's a program that we're still implementing. So we're adding classrooms every year, and that's kind of an interesting context for our work. Even though we're in declining enrollment and everything's getting smaller, we have a number of issues that are initiatives that are actually scaling up and getting bigger. So we have an additional, I believe it's 13 French classrooms that we need to prepare for next year as a result of Building 2020. So teacher training, resource allocation, all that kind of stuff. Aboriginal ed is another one of those areas that's growing and getting bigger. That's a good success story, but more teachers to provide in-service and resources. So those are good problems to have. Full-day kindergarten is another one. Full-day kindergarten is something that's gone to scale, getting bigger, but again, pretty excited about that. Some other local initiatives, things like the Arts Charter, it really falls upon this area of the organization to work at implementing that. In addition to kind of the things that we get tasked to us by others, because we're out in the field, we try to respond when there are things that we see or emerge. So not that long ago, I had the opportunity to be before you to talk about some challenges that we're perceiving in mathematics instruction. So part of our role as we see it is also to respond to emergent needs like that. So for example, does that present some new teacher training needs, or do we need some additional curriculum support, those sorts of things? Do we need a partnership with somebody else to seek some other expertise, etc.? E-learning is an example of an area that seems to be an emerging area that we need to focus on. Teacher qualification requirements. You've heard that as our boards get smaller, sometimes, for example, in a secondary school, you don't just lose a teacher, you lose a program that went with that teacher. So there's some challenges for us in terms of trying to support teacher qualification, access, things like that. The other big job is trying to support teacher and principal professional learning through the design of our programs. The big one that we deliver stuff through is our hubs and nodes work, which really is, as much as possible, school-based professional learning, but we also go in the summertime as well. So we offer additional basic qualifications courses through partnership with York University. We also are asked to coordinate training from the Ministry of Education and EQAO. They'll sometimes ask us, you need to send a group of teachers for some capacity building as well. I think the other thing that we've tried to make a priority, and I think we have some evidence of success, and when I look at other boards of education problems, I'm quite proud of Upper Canada, is we said, if we're going to focus on instructional leadership by our principals, then that's what we need to do in our training. That's what we need to screen for in our hiring processes. That's what we need to evaluate in our assessment practice. We have to align all those things. Because when we did something like looked at our hiring practice, we didn't have instructional leadership questions. We asked people about lots of management things, and those are important, but we didn't have anything about instructional leadership. So we've tried to align that in our hiring practices for principals as well. And then another life that happens, and you saw an example tonight where you have a third party that somehow wants to interact or partner with Upper Canada. So often something very exciting and good. The initiative of supporting students to walk and exercise their way to school is a good one, but that requires some attention and focus to coordinate that kind of work. And again, it's a rather impressive volume. Not every opportunity is one that we necessarily want to jump on as a school board, so there's a little bit of trying to select and sort. David Elkind said, when our society gets sick, it's our children who must take the medicine, and our schools that are asked to dispense it. So I sometimes feel a bit like that with the volume that we have there. I've given you a detail of the breakdown of the fiscal resources and where they go, and I'm certainly open to questions that you have there. In terms of our human resources, we actually have more areas that we're responsible for, particularly from a curriculum standpoint, than we actually have positions. So when I hear somebody say, like, who's your social studies consultant, I would have somebody that would assist us in that curriculum area, but for somebody to just do that all day, we're not a big enough shop to do that. So we're a little bit like our own teaching force in the field. We have a lot of generalists, and we use a lot of teamwork to kind of get that work done. There are some touchstone areas where we really benefit from some expertise. English language learning, for example, Aboriginal ed. So we have some areas where we have a focus, but that work actually gets done by more than just the people with expertise. The whole department more or less pitches in, and that's kind of how we manage a small workforce. We do have staff turnover. People come in on term appointments in the department. So we'll usually have a few vacancies every year, and that's where we will try and maybe tweak or adjust a skill set to an emergent need. So for example, I mentioned e-learning earlier. That was a position that was funded by the ministry. We don't see that funding for next year, so if that doesn't come through, when we're hiring, we're going to have to make sure that we're looking to incorporate some e-learning expertise in our hiring process. But for the most part, we're not dissimilar from IT in that we basically have to grow our expertise in-house. It's not like we can go to the magic supermarket of expertise and pull something off the shelf to get it. I did provide you with some updates of some of the major projects in which we're involved over the course of this year. And I've listed, for example, I touched on French through the Building 2020. I'll just give some quick highlights to that, and certainly if you want to dig a little bit deeper on some of those topics, I'd be happy to do that. I've also got some resource assistants hiding at the back there who can help me out when we dig into some of these areas. So for example, French, not just scaling it up through Building 2020, but there's a new French framework. There's an instructional shift to something called the European Framework, which is more of an emphasis on students acquiring language as they are using language in a real context. So there's some other nuances in not just that we are delivering French programs, but how we're delivering French programs. We have the Learning Commons, which is about 60% to implementation, so still more work to do, but encouraged by some of the early work in progress. I believe I gave you a little summary in written form in your report. Probably one of the most significant educational changes, certainly in my career, and despite some of the modern press, one that's been very quiet in Upper Canada, not as a bad thing, but just from some incredible teamwork by staff in Upper Canada, is the implementation of full-day kindergarten. So full-day kindergarten has both kind of a local flavor here in Upper Canada as well as the provincial flavor. We predated them in exploring full-day kindergarten with a couple pilots at Plantagenet in Cambridge. Some of you may have remembered that, where we took some forays into full-day kindergarten. Next year represents all Upper Canadian students having a full-day program. That's a year early of the provincial schedule, and then we'll have everybody in the provincial full-day program the year after that. Virtually, the implementation of this full-day kindergarten touches every single department in this organization. It hits purchasing with the acquisition of materials and resources. Our model was to work through community partnerships, so we have community partnership agreements with our municipalities to deliver before and after, and in some cases our other half-day portion of our kindergarten service, facilities, doing all kinds of retrofits to look at purpose-built spaces, lots of construction, and for all that churn, I think it's been pretty quiet, and it's just it's been done in a very competent manner. I mean, we've hired a whole new employee group through our DECEs. All that's just happened through some teamwork, and I've really it's been my privilege to be a part of that. I think on the other side, I think what's really critical about full-day kindergarten, not just what an incredible and significant impact it's going to make to our young children and their learning, it also represents a significant shift in how we view teaching and learning. And that full-day kindergarten curriculum, very exciting, and something that will require some rather intensive rethinking about how we teach and do our work. And it's already started to trickle in to our other grades. And the full-day kindergarten, just without getting a little bit off the topic, but it's fun to talk about. Teaching often meant that the teacher went first and the student responded. And in full-day kindergarten, students get put in the area of the curriculum first and teachers respond to them. And that's exciting, but that's not a subtle thing to know how to do. You really have to know your content, you really have to know your students. And it involves learning how to do some things differently as a teacher, to have students be the first mover and to respond, extend and challenge their learning in meaningful ways. You're going to hear this term play-based learning, and it sounds play as in it's fun and kids are engaged, but it's not like recess. There's a lot of professional skill required to have teachers interact with students in that play that allows them to create some foundational learning that goes forward. ELL is English language learners. That's another area, again, of expansion for us through the Leger Center and International Education, additional students requiring that service. We have a bit of a unique challenge in Upper Canada in a couple ways. One is our demographic is concentrated in one area of the board. Cornwall and mostly up the Quebec border is where you'd see our greatest concentration, some around Ottawa. And it doesn't mean that we don't have other students that need ELL support. It's just that we're not nicely congregated. So that presents some interesting challenges in supporting ELL. One of the other things that's a bit of a challenge is we have a significant number of students who don't qualify for the fiscal support. So they're not new to Canada, but they are students that different languages spoken at home who require ELL support. One of the challenges in the past is the methods by which we identified who would get that support were not all that rigorous. And so we've been working to implement STEP language assessment so that we can have a better handle on just what are the needs, where are the students, and how can we best support them. I've put down e-learning. And often when we think of e-learning, we think of students taking a course on a computer instead of in a classroom. But I think we have a broader vision for this, and one I think is really going to be relevant for Upper Canada, particularly in how we look at delivering all kinds of program. And that's this thing called blended learning. And blended learning is where you actually have computer technology involved as part of classroom learning or other forms of learning. And I've been kind of playing around with my own little e-learning paradigm lately. I've been trying to learn guitar, and I'm actually using a computer that gives me feedback on my performance. So you get a little taste of how some ways where technology is not going to be the whole nut, but it maybe plays a significant assist in the way that students learn. And so looking at our declining enrollment challenge and this challenge of getting program across, blended learning as well as e-learning I think represent some real opportunity spaces for us to really extend the opportunities that we provide for our students. Aboriginal education program. I won't repeat too much of Superintendent Coombs' report that he last gave to you, but in the area of Aboriginal ed, some extraordinary local success. We now have Native Studies courses in every secondary school in Upper Canada. We'll take that record to any other board in the province. We're very proud of our tuition agreement work. It's really exciting to see now that Aboriginal education is something that's being seen not just for students who choose to self-ID, but all of our students as meaningful curriculum that they want to access. But again, that means that we have large numbers of teachers that we need to support in helping assist students to acquire that learning. Arts programming for our schools. You can see that the Arts Charter is included in my report. Very briefly, and when we talked about mathematics, so I won't go too far into that, other than to say that we did something called Collaborative Inquiry in Mathematics, and really that was a prototypical study in some schools in the Carleton Place family where we were really doing some exploration about best ways to support teachers and principals in mathematics instruction. That's often what we do, is we'll do a small prototype to see if we have a proof of concept, and then we'll use that to scale more largely across the system. I've talked a little bit about our model for professional learning delivery using hubs and nodes, which is really a networked model that allows us to pretty effectively share learning across a large geographically spread region. I've put this actually as one area of our work that could be at some risk. Because it's somewhat innovative, we've had to grow our own skill sets to do the facilitation and really have an understanding of this work. So we're vulnerable if we have changes in personnel. I can't go to the expertise store and buy that. I would have to regrow that. So some risk in that particular area. Something else that we've been involved in is implementing something called the Ontario Leadership Strategy. That's really support for principals and professional development for them. Again, that's been an initiative that is in implementation. We still have about 40 administrators to go through that program. We see that occurring over the next 2 years, but no significant risk to that right now. Our kindergarten program has been an outstanding success, again, a year ahead of schedule. And then one other little project that we work in is something called Student Work Study. This sounds like a small project maybe when you look at the scope of it. The province hires and provides funding for 2 teachers who are trained then as ethnographic researchers, and they basically sit at the student's desk and look at student learning through an ethnographic lens in a classroom. And that was one of those examples of what do you do with something like that? They would gather their research and then they would ship it off to some place in Toronto somewhere. And actually, as we inquired into the work, we thought that there were some really interesting connections to how we were doing our work. And while we couldn't make everybody a professional ethnographic researcher, there's some really good tools there for principals to use when they're working with students and teachers in classrooms, a great lens for us to look at our work. So we actually kind of levered that student work study initiative, so we actually took their research and tried to apply it in our work. So when we can, we try and take what comes down the pipe, try to make sense of it, and apply it to the work that we do. Just kind of summing up some of our major challenges. Just an ongoing battle is just managing the volume and flow and making sure that we are using our finite time, resources, and people to achieve enough of a focus to get a breakthrough result. And that's not always easy to do, but that's one of our challenges. I think another thing that I would raise as a hot button issue is often the answer to our problems and what we would like to say is we want more specialists. When we talk about math, we want more math specialists. French, we want more math specialists, but what we need are generalists. Right? That's the bitter pill. We are small. We have small schools. We're not going to be, if you bring in a specialist, you remove another one. So if I bring in the math specialist, I just got rid of the really good reading teacher. So that kind of bottoms out after a while. So, and I understand it's really popular. If I say specialist, that gets people nodding. They like that idea. When I talk generalist, not so much. So our challenge is really kind of overcoming that and saying our context is pretty much generalist, and that means that we're going to have to be expert at learning to do a variety of things. There are lots of advantages to generalists. People really get to know their students. And in the old days, the teacher was the content. If you wanted to know math, you needed your math teacher to tell you. And not that that is inconsequential knowledge, but a lot of content now is just out there. Anybody with an iPad is accessing content. So our work's changing a little bit, and I think we need to change along with it. Maybe I'll pause there and give you an opportunity to ask some questions or seek further clarification.
So you have more to present, just so that...
I wanted to give you time to ask some questions and inquire, if that's okay.
Yep. All right, trustees. Trustee McAllister.
Shockingly, I will only have one question. So you will hopefully allow me a bit of a preamble. This is the one budget, if I could speak to Mr. Kurzweil, which puzzles and intrigues me the most, and yet it's the one which most directly affects students.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at your report and I read it from the perspective of a former teacher, and I'm frankly, as you mentioned, I'm astounded by the volume of initiatives that you must deal with and the challenges and your projects. I just don't know how you do it, frankly. However, I note several things. One, you mentioned that, and I quote, you say, yet our biggest challenge within the current context is directing and preserving time, energy, and focus toward the improvement of new instructional quality. Your mission is also to improve instruction, and I think that's your area of expertise, and I certainly don't want to second guess any of the initiatives, but because that's not my role as a trustee. Your department, you quote, works directly with teachers and principals to improve the quality of instruction and the relevance of curriculum to optimize the impact. And I look at the 16 program initiatives, 3 of which, incidentally, by my calculation, occupy 71.6% of your total budget.
Mm-hmm.
So that's,
Yeah.
you don't have much left for the others, is what
No.
I'm saying.
No.
And so here's my question. How will we know you are successful as we proceed along this path? And how are you measuring, or how do you plan to measure it?
Yeah, I mean, the low-hanging answer to that would be to say you want pick a student achievement measure, like EQA or what have you, but it's sometimes difficult to say what was the cause of that. Was that the brilliance of a classroom teacher? Was that the outstanding leadership of a principal? What we try and do is look at samples and products of student work in a curriculum space before we try and make a move in that space, and then we look at the student performance after we've moved in that space, and that's something that we do almost every time that we're in a school. So that's that's a quick and dirty. It's not a big standardized test, but it's a quick look, and it invites us to make sense of that. The other thing that, and I think I talked about in the math project, is measuring actually teacher efficacy in their practice. So again, pre and post an instructional event, their confidence and knowledge in a particular subject area, and to see if that's moved. We've been documenting our work with teachers, again, not in a quantitative way with numbers, but recording the conversations, the dialogue, the questions, and watching how that dialogue and that questioning moves over time and over the course of the year. So that's another way in which we're trying to capture some of our progress. So really the efficacy measures, some primary student work and conversations, and then looking at some kind of proxy measures. Like, it's not that we ignore EQAO, but looking at those things in the aggregate. In terms of what looks like an obvious, or how maybe the spending seems not necessarily in even proportions, it's an interesting observation, and sometimes that's reflective of how the money has been packaged for us. So the ministry will make a priority, they will throw a chunk of money at something. To balance that off a little bit, sometimes we're able to put some pieces together and make sense of it to the satisfaction of the ministry and ourselves. So for example, for a lot of our local professional development, to get some release time at the school level, we've accessed a pot of money from something called Schools in the Middle. And that was a ministry initiative. It had a relatively small focus, and we were able to get a lot of learning value by being able to take that resource and put it into our model and move it around. So that's one of the ways that we kind of lever it. Yeah, the discretionary pot is pretty tiny. The mandated pot, it is what it is, and again, we try and find opportunities by how we put things together and how we integrate to balance things off.
Trustee McMillan?
Through you, Chair. I think in the past I've been pretty aggressive in terms of my questioning regarding student achievement. And I understand fully the research behind administrators as instructional leaders. I understand the concept behind hubs and nodes with the collaborative inquiry. If we, and I know we put a lot of time and effort into that, if we were to walk into any school today, would we see any evidence of change and growth in our classrooms as a result of that?
I think you would see some classes that had dramatic transformations, and you'd see others where there had been minimal or none.
Just
Yeah, go ahead.
please don't think I'm being critical.
No.
Because the reason I'm asking that question is I think we can sometimes live under the the impression that what we're doing is having massive change, and it's not. I think we're moving in the right direction, don't get me wrong. What is interesting is when we talk about moving into a kindergarten classroom and watch collaborative discovery going on in there, which is really learning coming from the students, and the teacher supports that learning through their knowledge of curriculum. And then we move up, and then all of a sudden the administrator becomes the instructional leader of something. And again, the power of the collaborative inquiry comes out of the need from what is next level below. I believe we're in the right direction, I really do. I just am concerned that when we, and this would not be an issue that would not be uncommon for any board, regardless of what approach they're taking, is that the change is so slow to get. The change that we need in instructional leadership to address the needs of our students today. And it's just such a slow process. And please don't think I'm being critical. It's just an observation that if we were to walk into any school right now, you're 100% right. We would see some pockets of some really good stuff, and we'd see a whole bunch of the same that we've seen for years. And for some reason, we're not getting the change we need. And that's really all I want to say on that.
Go ahead, Associate Director Carswell.
Yeah, if I can respond, and I think in kind of reflecting on our work over the last couple of years, the idea that a principal will be an instructional leader is not, I mean, it's one that you might hear, like it gets kicked around, but it doesn't really necessarily mean anything until you say, what does that mean? So you start saying principal in classrooms. For some people, that would be a quantum shift, right? Well, the principal's in the office fighting fires. They're not in classrooms working with, and how are they working? Are they coming with a clipboard to inspect? No, they're actually working along, they are teachers. They're qualified by the College of Teachers. They're actually involved in that educational piece. So that's a bit of a shift. I guess in inviting participation there, and this is another risk. We've had a lot of local autonomy. Principals had a lot of choice about who they brought, when they brought, focus areas, things like that. And we really think in our next direction, we have to tighten that down a bit. We have to be a lot more rigorous. So somebody would come and say, I went to a hub once and it didn't work. And saying, you know, like I did one guitar practice. I didn't learn to play guitar in one practice. It's a profession. I need you there to do 6 hub episodes. I need you to do something the next 2 days. I need the principal following up the following week. And by the end of the month, these are our deliverables. Like that's the level of rigor that we need to get into if we're going to make that change. Now, in our culture of autonomy, we don't always welcome the input of others. And I think, for example, the math study that we're proposing is one example of taking something with a little, with a higher degree of rigor to prove a proof of concept. And again, it's not going to be done. The program department is not going to change grade 2 instruction. Right? It needs the partnership of that grade 2 teacher, it needs the support of the family, it needs the principal making sure that happens on the ground. So it's really going to be a team effort to work on it. As much as it must be frustrating, there are some exciting examples of teachers that have really moved their practice over this experience. And again, there are times where we're still in the problem saying, how are we going to move the needle on this one? Thank you for your comments.
Trustee McDonald?
Thank you. I as well will kind of pick up on what my fellow trustees have asked so far. It's more around the hubs and the PD model that you've indicated that we've chosen. So the hubs is the model that we implement and roll out professional development. And the subheading within hubs is differentiated instruction on your report. I guess when I look at this, we've had it in place for 3 years. 1,000 people have participated. In over 600 days, we've had hubs. So that's every day, every school day for the last 3 years. At minimum, there's been a hub. In some cases, multiple. you do go into it in some detail here, or to some degree in here, but over the last 3 years, what has been our focus within those hubs that we've implemented or rolled out for 1,000 people?
Associate Director?
Yeah, and I think you're putting your finger on an area of concern. Many different concerns that were important to the participants and the schools at that time. But we have not said as a system, it's going to be math, linear patterning, and algebra, here we go. So it's difficult to infer causality when you've had a number of foci. Some have been in language, some have been in French language. We've had music inquiries, we've had a variety, but not where we've had a systemic focus.
But shouldn't we want to have that, and you've used the autonomy of the schools, shouldn't we want to have that? Because some schools will need it in other areas. And I understand what you're trying to achieve with math, but if one school is performing well, are we not doing a disservice to that particular school for systems that they have in place? Or can they have other opportunities to try and increase scores based on, or results based on other research that they may have done within the school? Is it a little contradictory?
Well, through you, Chair, I think, and I don't want to mislead you, it's not that we are stopping everything else we're doing and just doing math, but what we are trying to do is to say, let's go at math with a focus. Let's pick an area, let's pick a scope, let's quantify how many sessions, with whom, let's be a little more rigorous on that. Lots of other professional learning is going to go on in addition to math in our schools. Schools will still have the opportunity and need to be partners in identifying where their improvement targets and goals are and how we can assist them in achieving them. So I don't want to misrepresent that we're not going to do anything else just because we're doing math, but I do think in all of the things we do, we need to have a more focused approach. So let's not just do a little dabble. If science is the area, let's work at that long enough that we can get some kind of a breakthrough performance rather than kind of just dabbling around. And when you look at a lot of the professional models we had in the past, I mean, really going to transform professional practice by going to a workshop somewhere for a one-day practice and then hope it sticks after. So really what we're talking about is whatever the focus is, that it is focused.
Go ahead, Trustee McDonald.
So I guess I can certainly appreciate that, and if I use the sports analogy, if we're losing face-offs, we want to focus on winning face-offs. But I guess from my standpoint, and to use the sports analogy, is we're not trying to take the coach and the assistant coach in to be better coaches on teaching face-offs. We want to try and make sure our students or our players are performing at their best. And is the process that we have before us the process that is going to deliver those results? Because from what I understand, what Hubs is we're teaching the teachers to be better teachers. Am I missing that, or is that what you've?
I think we are working with our teachers to be better teachers, but also with our principals about how to support that as well. Because it's something that has to be sustained, and within the job of the principal to really be sustained to the point where it takes hold. We don't have the capacity to sustain that kind of intervention just by a department. We have an hour of professional learning time per staff member in this district. I mean, that's how, if you want to know how big my resource is, that's what I have to work with. 1 hour per teacher per year, right? That's what I have to move the needle. So I have to think about, how do I extend that capacity? One is build it in others, build it with instructional leaders, principals who can extend and support that without us there. So that's a bit of investment. So some of it is to work with coaches, to have them work with their players to get better face-offs, but in addition also working with teachers themselves.
Can you just expand on that 1 hour per teacher idea?
If you just take the number of staff we have, the number of days in the school year, and the number of teachers we have, right, you'll get about an hour of direct contact time.
Trustee McDonald?
Thank you. So, if I go back and we're increasing that capacity, and I appreciate that. And the only measurement that we have is to determine the effectiveness of that is the test results that are there. And we talk about not wanting to teach to the test, but certainly doing those types of things. So we have EKO in front of us. We have the results that are based on grade 3, grade 6, grade 9, grade 10, and those types of things. And if that's the only measurement that we have at this point, or maybe there is another measurement, we're missing something, because we haven't been doing a very good job on a trend side of things. We certainly haven't seen an increase where we need to see increases, and it's important that we have a focus. I understand that we have a focus moving in on the math moving forward. You go on to say that in order to achieve greater effectiveness with many competing demands, the department is taking more time to conduct a diagnosis of presenting problems as well as ensuring.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. I think we need to make sure that we continue to do that. But is there not another tool available to us to ensure that students are performing at their peak, and that we challenge them from a differentiated instruction standpoint on a daily basis, rather than just attempting to provide the capacity building for our teachers and then seeing what EKO results will predict or provide us in the future years? Is there something else that we could be doing or should be doing to ensure that we're hitting the mark with each of our students?
If I may, through you, I spoke earlier of student work study, and there's some lessons there that we've tried to put in the hands of our teachers. Often there's an incredible lag between when teachers and how teachers would collect data that it would inform what they did in a classroom. So you might teach a unit and have a test at the end of it as a source of getting data, and really showing teachers how having the students go into the curriculum area first with a prompt, something to engage them, learning how to listen to the student conversation, and being able to take that almost in the moment to be able to make an instructional decision that makes a difference. So there's some skill building to show teachers how to do that, how to listen and when to respond. But that's an example of how that's a data source for them to use something right there in the moment to affect their practice. So it doesn't show up in a big analytical scorecard, but it's data that is now visible. And that's one of the challenges. Teachers need to find ways of making their work visible. And how are your students doing? That's not an easy question. You have to put systems in place in the classroom as a teacher so you can understand what the performance is. And that big lag of just using that traditional paper and pencil test misses out on a lot of the data that teachers can use right there that can make a difference. So for example, there's a teaching technique of something called band show. So students have worked on a task. By working with the class and having students share their thinking, teachers can construct their instructional decisions basically in the moment of the instruction of what they need to do next. So that's kind of another way of looking at the data to improve performance. And that's really the thing, make the work visible so that teachers can see it, and then they can act on it in a more effective way.
Go ahead, Trustee McDonald.
So, making the work visible, are you indicating that's a formative assessment? Are we actually providing formative assessments by making the work visible, so understanding what it is?
If you wanted to use that language of a formative assessment, but often a lot more conversational, using oral student response as well as written, other ways to display and collect work. And again, within the classroom period, not waiting to the end and walking home with the marking bag. So again, something like Bancho, where students can present their responses to a problem, the whole class gets to hear that, and then the teacher has the data that they can work with right away. So that's kind of a data collecting system, as it were. So if you wanted to call it formative assessment, it would be aligned with that term.
I think the difficulty I think that we as a board have is that we're we're elected in our communities to be trustees for a board of education. We are a board of directors, we are municipal politicians, many different titles, some non-favorable. But at the end of the day, we have legislative responsibilities to be good stewards of our money, but certainly to be, I think, demonstrative that we are making progress with our boards of education that we represent. And I guess at this point, the only thing that we're able to hang our hat on, or to have any evidence of how well we're doing from an academic standpoint, is the EQO results.
Yeah.
So if you've got something associated to banjo or something associated to whatever, can we indicate that hubs and nodes has been beneficial to ensure that we've seen student improvement over the last 3 years? I know we've had our challenges because of some not focused sides of things, but is there something more that we need to see other than EQO?
Associate Director.
Yeah, I'm reflecting on that question. There's lots of evidence that you could look at that would demonstrate that here's where the student was, or here's where the teacher was, here's the thing that happened, and then here's the performance after. So you can make a judgment. The challenge there is, that's at a pretty discrete level. How do you put that together so that you get this big thing that says, okay, overall? And I think that's where that becomes a challenging. In terms of doing the overall, from a student achievement metric and a large-scale assessment, EQAO is third-party verifiable. It's built to do that. I don't have something better to do that thing, but I have lots of things that are better for the purpose that they're intended. EQAO is a lousy thing for a teacher to have to make an instructional decision on the fly. There's a year lag, and it's not meant to do that. So showing them something like changing their questioning in class can give them better data to make instructional decisions. That's a different kind of data set. So for you as trustees, it's a bit of a challenge because, I'm not sure how it would represent some of that fragmented data for you to come to an overall conclusion.
Would not the easiest, most pragmatic way to demonstrate that would be to test the kids on the 1st of September or test them on June 30th of every grade and say, this child has moved this far. We could then look at, and you could say, we have moved 90% of the kids at least one grade, we've moved 50% of the kids 2 grades, we've moved, why is that not what we do? Would that not answer the question that we keep posing? I mean, that's what we're trying to do, right? Anyway, so go ahead, Associate Director.
That actually is a large-scale protocol that's been adhered to by some districts, I believe. I'm not familiar of any in Canada that go to that. I mean, you're always going to get into that would be a rather ambitious undertaking. It would, the pyramids were built. You could do it with whatever amount of resources you would want to throw at it.
Director?
First of all, we do have that type of stuff going on, but it's not at the older grades. If I was to take you into some of our very, very best kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2 primary classes, you're going to see teachers who are doing assessments every day, and they will tell you where the kids were on the first day of school and where they've taken them to on the last day of school. And you're going to see some very, very, very sophisticated measuring devices in our schools where they're using, particularly in the reading, less in the math, but somewhere in the math area, some in the writing area, where they can actually say that Joey is level 30, he's two levels above where he should be for this particular age, and that's kept on their data wall, and often in a very private setting, so that you can tell parents in their regular reports how they're doing. from my perspective as a teacher, as you move up into the higher grades, or to grade 11, grade 12, to have a prior assessment and say, well, here's what they learned at the end, can be very, very simple, because, okay, they learned those, but how did they take it in? Because there's 150 ways to learn something as you go through. And I think what Ian has been talking about is changing the whole metaphor of it's not the teacher who's asking questions today. What they've spent a considerable amount of time on is bring your questions, let's answer them together, let's grow and learn. The piece where you're going to have to say, is Bobby reading better today? We've got that down. And I can take you to, when I go and do the high performance audits of the schools, I can show you some of the most sophisticated data walls that they can mark kids from kindergarten to grade 6 as to where they're going and where they've come from and so forth. It gets tougher with the more sophisticated the question, the more sophisticated the learning. So, and what I would encourage you to do, and Trustee McDonald in several of your schools have it done very well, is to go in and ask, I'd like to take a look at your data wall. I'd like to see where your kids are. We've got some marvelous things. Some people have moved to more high tech. I like low tech in it because I like it there that's kept, so I can open it up at any time and walk in and we can talk about where the kids are. Why is Joey reading at a grade 1 level and he's in grade 3, and there's a long discussion about that. Those things are happening and they're very, very positive. It cannot, I find that very difficult to expand that over a broader, but in the K to 6 schools, yes. And our 7 through 12 schools, we have to a more sophisticated model of really taking a look at tracking where kids are. I just want to the 2 cents for my colleague over there.
Trustee Kirkner?
Through you, Chair, I'm curious how aligned is the ministry reporting system that educators are supposed to use with this method that we are using to teach our students? My recall of the reporting to parents was a grading system, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Is it harder or easier for the teachers to make that evaluation or assessment with this system that we are using now in many of our schools?
I think one of the challenges through you, Chair, to any system of assessment is if I were to hand out to each of you a piece of work and ask you to grade it on a scale from 1 to 4, it probably wouldn't surprise anybody when they all came back if there was a 1, some 2s, a 3, some 4s, that we would be spread out. And what really starts to add more precision to that is if we could all be together at the same time. We could have some different examples of what level 1 work looked like, what level 4 work looked like. We had some practice with some examples. I think we'd find then if we put a sample out, we would get some inter-observer reliability. In fact, that's a process that standardized test people do and researchers do to try and get some validity into scoring. So the idea of having teachers collaboratively look at their curriculum to develop a collaborative understanding of what that expectation means, I think helps to make our reporting system more reliable than it would if we didn't do that, if we just kind of handed it out. So I think it supports that. You're dealing with different people and professional judgment, so there's not a perfect system, but I think that collaborative work goes a long way in making it more reliable over time.
Trustee McPherson?
Picking up on what our chair said, this is more of a statement than a question. You can respond to it anyway. There is such a system as you described. 40 years ago, teachers marked report cards with actual numbers. And that is how we graded our students, that you could tell from one year to the next how they were progressing, because they would move through the grades. If they were in English and they went from a 65 to a 75%, they were increasing their knowledge levels. And sometimes something old is something new. and I know we've gotten away from that system. Report cards today are, well, they're quite the thing to examine as a parent. And it's just a comment. I just think that we have lost a few things as we've traveled along this road.
Trustee McCray?
Through you, Chair. Ian, I understand completely the principle when you talk about generalists versus specialists.
Mm-hmm.
And you said so, and you also made a comment, so what is the focus? And I really want to kind of get back to mathematics again, because I think, if I remember correctly, we were all very concerned about that in scores with EQAO. And you've mentioned collaborative inquiry, and you started to talk about, or just touched on, what you're doing at Carton Place High School in regards to mathematics and collaborative inquiry. I'd like to know where we see this moving, how we're going to move this mathematics forward on the budget that we have, which isn't a lot when you've got as many schools as we do. How do you see that moving forward? So that we can see some results in this given, whether we like it or not, EQAO.
So just a couple of comments. EQAO was not our first indicator that we were having some challenges in mathematics.
Okay.
We could see that from our work in the field, that we were having some challenges in mathematics. EQAO confirmed our work. Our work has been in the elementary school, just a point of clarification.
Okay.
So really what we've tried to do there, and again, you know, a system that requires an unlimited amount of cash, an infinite amount of time, and Superman to run it isn't really what we're interested in. It's sort of what can we do with the resources and the people that we have. So we believe that we have, in the math proposal I made, where we can get at a testing year in the first round and then pick up an extra grade over a 3-year period. We have a model where, with a focus on linear patterning and algebra as our starting point, we can move the needle in mathematics achievement with the resources that we have, with, of course, that request for an additional 2 mathematics personnel. So we think we have a model that can get that kind of effect with the time, the people, and the money that we have. And the reason I'm basing that, some study with some other work that was done in an inquiry model to see, for example, what were the number of sessions that teachers participated in the research study to get the effect, that kind of thing. So rather than just guessing, like how many times is good enough, we looked at some research that told us you could get a teacher efficacy and improvement with sessions delivered this many times in this way.
Trustee McAllister?
Just to clarify, this is not my second question, but a supplement. Ian, you said something rather profound a few minutes ago, and you said the teachers must learn to make their work visible. And that clicks with me a lot. And I wish I had thought about it a long time ago when I was teaching, maybe more so than now, but does this same challenge not apply to you?
Sorry, to me?
Yeah.
Most definitely. To you, Chair. Those very questions that this board is wrestling with is how do we see our improvement efforts? It's complex. That's a big challenge for us. So how do we learn to see our work? One of the promising things is when we look at our work together, and bringing in the eyes of others helps. So those conversations, the dialogue, being in a same classroom with other adults to respond to what we're seeing, to help us make sense, is one of the ways of making the work visible to ourselves. It's a soft science. I wish it was hard and made of steel and stainless steel screws, but there's cultural elements to it. We do what we can to try and see our patterns and sense make. Again, the opportunity we have is we try and connect as a team. We go over our data periodically. Next Monday, as a matter of fact, we'll be sitting down with our documentation and work that people have done throughout their hubs to, you know, build themes and look for patterns as an attempt to try and make our work more visible to ourselves.
Thanks.
One of the biggest components of your budget is the full-day kindergarten piece. I think of the 12 million that you have on a chart here, it's about half. We've been aggressive on implementing full-day kindergarten ahead of schedule, so I'm assuming that a portion of that is not funded.
It's not half,
No, I just said was unfunded. Or is that not the way I should look at it? My understanding is that in order to pay for FDK, the ministry added money to our budgets to pay for the additional staff. But we've gone further, and so by extension, we've hired more staff than we have gotten funding for.
Partially, if I may. Yeah. So, yeah, that it is a big chunk of money. It's about half the budget, and kindergarten was funded for half a teacher, and that's what you got in the GSNs. So there's already funding for half of a kindergarten teacher. What's in that full-day kindergarten box that I've presented to you is the other half of that teacher's salary, plus the salary for the DECE, you know, plus the sand and water tables and that kind of stuff. We were able, we had to, at the start of this project, and back when Ted Kennedy was first collecting data, we had to declare what sites and approximately how many pupil places at the start of the project for over a 5-year period. So as that project rolled out, as you can imagine, enrollment projections overall pretty good, but there's some shuttling around in terms of the numbers within the basket. So when we contemplated going sooner, what we said was, could we use those surplus spaces that we've kind of found between the cracks as we've implemented over the last 3 years, move a couple sites around and congregate so we use up all those spaces fully? And they said sure. So that was a way where we were actually able to go off the schedule, get some more kindergarten spaces, and get them funded through the ministry. That fell short of doing all kindergarten classes, so I remind you the board has subsidized ready-to-learn programs, which are from third-party providers. So that's outside of this FDK money. There is a line in my budget report where I think you see the amount of that, if you don't mind me taking a peek. I think it's about 600. So that's a bit of that's a top up to do the interim Ready to Learn program. And then there are a couple of programs where we funded them as 20-to-1. That's included in that 600,000 R2L, just because we couldn't find a way that met. We have a box of rules for full day. If it's not going to be a full day ministry program, it has to comply with the Days Nursery Act. If it can't comply with that, then we have to find another staffing model. For the most part, it's covered by full day. The gap is covered by our own board's funding of Ready to Learn and 20-to-1. After next year, it will be covered by ministry funding. I'm not sure if I've totally addressed your question there.
So I am right in thinking that a portion of the amount of money that we spend on full-day kindergarten is being pinched from your overall budget, so that you are going to have.
If you include Ready to Learn in that, yeah. If you're framing it like that, yeah, okay.
All right. Now I think that's a good story to tell, and I think it's a good story the way that you just described it and how you did it, the creative use of the funding, the creative use of partnerships, I think, and you know, I know we spent a lot of time talking about hubs and nodes, but you know, it's a $111,000 portion of your budget.
No.
I add it up then. What is it?
Schools and Middles there too.
Schools in the middle,
Yeah, it's about 400.
400,000. Anyway, so I guess I'm interested in whether we have any, you know, the frustrating part of this is that I can sit here and I can, after listening to some budget presentations, I can now articulate where we are with some of the others, with some of the other departments. And yet, as was mentioned, we still sit here and I really know that we're doing good work. I have that that sort of intuitive knowledge. I know that I can go into school and I can see a data wall. I can see that. A data wall, though, is sometimes a little hard for me to carry under my arm when I go out and I talk to parents or answer questions. And maybe we can't come up with the overall number, with something that allows us to walk away and say, you know what, our efforts are not just efforts, they're leading to results. EQAO is entirely unsatisfactory. If we use EQAO, we're not doing well. I mean, I don't know how you can look at EQAO and not come away with any other conclusion. So EQAO obviously is not representing the work that we're doing accurately. And yet, we, the 11 of us, and Sydney, 12 of us sitting here, are tasked with somehow communicating to our community that the 12 million that you spend to try to, in that 1 hour of time or whatever it is, trying to leverage the system is really well spent. None of us sitting here has any doubt that it is, except that we lack that ability to stand up and say it is. And I can defer the question, quite good at that, and saying, oh, I'll talk to you about, you know, how well we're doing in this department because we have the data. And so I know it's tough, and I don't know that there's a big number. But when I talk to elementary principals, just anecdotally, I'll ask them, has full day kindergarten made a difference? And they will, without a doubt, tell me. And then I'll ask, well, you know, give me some examples. Most will just provide examples, you know, like I've noticed this difference, I've noticed that difference. And the differences that they identify are in my head measurable. You know, this number fewer times that kids have been sent to the office. You know, this, you know, like there are numbers out there that are, or there's information out there that suggests that we are having an impact. And I guess I'm frustrated because at the end of this, I still just have EQAO. And that just leaves me feeling in that the work that we're doing just doesn't get, we're not, as you said and as John challenged you, you know, we're not showing our work. And I don't know how to do that. And we are appealing to you. When we introduced the framework, you saw there was nothing said about achievement except for, you know, some numbers that only occur at the end of a student's life with us. And there needs to be something, and I don't know what it is, to rationalize whether it's just the $6 million that you spend, because that's a lot. I mean, that's an investment that we're putting in. It's got to, if it's not having an impact, it wasn't worth the effort, and it has been an effort. So I don't know. I leave you with that. I don't believe you would have a response at this time, but I think I'm summarizing the frustration that we have, and it's not as you know, First Vice McMillan said, you know, it's not really criticism. It's not. It's just we're tired of having to defend EQAO when we know that's not representative of what we're doing. And you guys are the ones that have to solve that for us. We can't. And so I leave you with that. And, you know, I don't know. Anybody have anything to add to that? Trustee McRae?
To you, Chair. We need the ammunition to sell it. You know, we know we're there, we know we're going there, but we don't have the statistical information or something tangible to sell it. Because, just as many of us know as trustees, that EQA is all that we hear about at the end of the day, so we need a better way to sell it.
Trustee Buckland?
Thank you, Chair. What you're calling for is an Upper Canada evaluation system of students. And it's been mentioned anecdotally about the collaboration and the creativity and adventures, so I would say that's what we should assign the associate director to do. Now, what happens in any marking scheme, there should be a sense of accountability, reward for the excellent and help for the those who are struggling. So again, I don't know how to do this, but I think you're right. We have to start on it.
How many ELL students do we teach English?
Say 600, Scott? 600?
That's a good number. That's the kind of number I need. You know, for $1.1 million, we taught English to 600. I'm assuming most of those, if not all, are new Canadians. I don't know. I think that's something to be proud of. Trustee McDonald?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to some of the things I was asking before, and not to lose sight of what you've said, Mr. Chair. But on the hubs and schools in the middle section, it's about $500,000 in change that is listed within the budget document. Those are direct costs, I'm assuming, associated with offering that program.
Yes.
Are there indirect costs associated to offering that professional development?
Yes, staff time of the program department.
Do we also include supply teachers?
The supply teacher cost is out of the 400. That's virtually what that $400,000 goes for.
So in the two sections, you've got $100,000 by funded by supplemental EPO grant, and $400,000 combination of OFIP and some EPO. Is that directed to use in those particular areas?
We are somewhat more loose in our use of that money. So it goes through a hub structure, but to a wider variety. So for example, that category you were referring to, differentiated instruction, that's a funding source. We don't just do differentiated instruction. In that, we kind of put those resources together to get an effect.
So essentially, we have money to do these types of things, but we've chosen this method to use that money.
Yeah, we've chosen how should I describe it? The hubs and nodes is just, I always say, it's the bottle, it's not the wine. So you could have a variety of learning experiences that happen in hubs and nodes. Hubs and nodes is just a way of networking people, of conducting professional learning in school sites and in classrooms. So that's what happens in there is quite, and can be quite variable. That's really the idea, is just that we're networked. So, and it also was, we felt it was not only the most effective structure, but I think in the math report I showed you, it's also, to this point, also the most cost-effective one as well.
So that leads me to my next question then. In the past, we've had other models of delivering professional development. One of those has been professional learning communities. So what, you've said this is the most effective. What was the deciding factor to use hubs and nodes over something like professional learning communities?
If I may, through Chair, the definition, depending on how you define professional learning communities, might not look all that different. So let me just talk about the design specifications of hubs and nodes. So we wanted there to be an opportunity for people to be learning in the context of their work, which meant with students in classrooms. That had to be a part of the design. What we were focusing on had to be drawn from the Ontario curriculum. So we wanted it to be curriculum focused. It wasn't about taking a publisher's off-the-shelf program or something like that, that it would be involving that. The other thing that we wanted is that the principal would be present in the learning with their staff. So those are kind of the general conditions that we were using to design the learning experience. We chose to use a family of schools model just because it reduced the amount of travel for staff. That seemed like a logical organizational unit to have people talking to one another. We thought it was good if the elementary teacher was connecting to their feeder school secondary. So those are some other considerations as well.
Okay, Trustee McDonald?
And just a final, you've indicated the area of risk is staff associated to it and the changes within human resources. If we didn't have, I guess, we're tying the professional development that we're offering to our teachers back into student achievement. If we didn't spend $600,000 in that particular area, those two particular areas, I guess, what would happen?
If you didn't spend money on professional learning?
Not necessarily professional
Like
development.
in this way?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting an alternative to spend it on something else, or just stop?
No, just if you stopped or spent it somewhere else. Let's handle it this way. If you stop spending it there, what would be the outcome?
I think you would have some schools that would not perform as well as they were able to. You might have some schools that on their own would remain a non-end of practice. I think you would see your practice stagnate.
And so, which is somewhat what we've had over the last 3 years, quite, I think in your words, you've said we've had those kind of all over the map situation. What would happen if we said you now have 1.2 million? What would be done differently? Or would you?
Yeah, and the only reason I'm hesitating is I kind of get into that area that that our facility staff gets into, that you would need more people to mobilize that money effectively. And so again, just having more people isn't enough. You need to develop the skill in some people to mobilize that money effectively. I think it means that you could probably have more focus areas. I think there's a limit to how much you can pull somebody away from their primary job and invest in capacity building. I think the template we have for math is probably about the right proportion of that. So if you triple the budget, you could probably do every teacher who does mathematics next year. Like if you wanted me to quantify it. You go 3 times as fast, or 3 times as many, or, those are the sliders.
So If I may, if I were to frame it differently then, as opposed to saying, you now have double the budget, what if we were to say, we wanna see percentage gains, whatever, something tangible, as far as student achievement within the next 2 years? Is this the course that you would choose? And what would you do differently in order to achieve those results?
If I may, the things I've identified, I feel that in my professional judgment, this is the best available thinking at the time of how to engage professionals critically in their practice. We're learning as we go, so to me the next kind of experimental sliders are what's kind of the threshold dosage? In other words, how many sessions with teachers? What kind of follow-up? Those are the kinds of sliders that I'm thinking about there. I don't know of a better course of action, honestly, at this point in time to get at professional development. I think there's a tremendous opportunity to have the work being tested as we do it with students in practice. I'm not saying there isn't a better way. I'm just, at this point in time, this represents our very best thinking at the time. And when I look at some of the external third-party research, and we have a partnership with Queen's University right now to come in and study our work, because that's another point of verification to help us. When we look at professional inquiry models, they seem to hold the most promise in helping teachers feel confident and capable in their practice in a most reasonable amount of time.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think there are any other questions. All right. Thank you very much, Associate Director Carswell. Who's up next?
Me.
So if you had 16 pages and that took us an hour, you have 56 pages.
56 pages, I'm gonna read every one of them. Don't get your pillows out, it's gonna be inspiring. Look at the back row here, what are you looking for?
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
You may wanna. Yeah, there's water right there. I don't know who used it last. Thank you.
That's what we're talking about, right? Just going around the table and give us something.
56 pages.
not our-
And, I know that I'm a little concerned.
Oh, you're taking the floor, Director? Okay. All right. The floor is yours, Director. Make sure you use the microphone.
I'll use the microphone. I saw that Mark was giving us a lesson in how to use the microphone. First of all, I'm a little concerned, Chair, that Mr. McAllister might have 27 questions because he actually told me he read mine. So I'm a little frightened, and I don't like the smile on his face. And I'll do the best I can to answer all the questions in the report that we go through, and I appreciate the time, of course, that you're giving me. I'm going to show a couple of slides, but not too many, because I know that
remember to use the mic.
The flavor has been to not to use too many slides, but I'll do my best to comply with that as well. A piece that's interesting that you guys got to take a look at, and this is not in my slide presentation, it's just a preamble. One of the things you have to recognize that the program department is dealing with, and that Ontario is dealing with, and that it's in North America, if not worldwide phenomena, is that education bodies like the Upper Canada District School Board are trying to deprivatize the classroom. And by that I mean teachers, and all of us in the room, and many of our trustees are teachers, we closed the door, it was mine, and you asked permission to come in. The next place that we're trying to deprivatize, quite frankly, is our schools. It used to be that one school never looked at another school, didn't know what was going on, and long before, thanks Phil, long before we began the process of looking at individual kids through a public methodology like EQO, we just depended that the 67 that Mrs. Smith gave out to the grade 11 English class, that was the mark. And we never asked these questions, where did the mark come from, did the kid do the job properly? And we're asking more sophisticated questions now, and that's good. And I don't think we should become defensive in any way, but the most important thing that's happened in the last 10 years that I feel in education is deprivatizing the classroom and asking and shining the light on what every single teacher is doing in every single room. And as Trustee McDonald said, is Joey making the grade? And we're going well beyond a report card. It used to be you take a report card home and you just did that professional judgment of the teacher that the 67 is what it was all about, or the 76, whatever. And then you didn't have the nerve to go back and say, did Mrs. Johnson really do all of that all year long, or did she show film strips when I was in school? We just took it. So I think right now this questioning and the way it went is positive, and we can't become defensive in any way about it. But let's take a look at this through the eye of the budget, because the budget serves the strategic plan. And that's one of the reasons why we've made the advances that we have. But we also have some critical issues that this board has to face and to deal with. And I'm going to try and share those from my department and the people who report directly to me on issues that are in the strategic plan that we go through. And so we'll get started. First of all, I'd like to thank Phil Dawes, who's here, and Terry Davis for putting all the pieces together for me. Thank you for that. And then Sarah Crawford, who's still awake back there, Randy Rattan, Cindy Peters, yeah, Cindy's there, Brenda Badette, Allison, who's there as well, and I know Roy's over there, Randy Rattan for coming down, who still does work with us, really important work in our daily phys ed and nutrition. But let me move forward, and if there's any tough questions, they will answer them. I will take all the easy questions that we go through.
So nothing's changed.
You got it. First one, I do appreciate, and I'll try to use the microphone, but this really wasn't set up perfectly for this. I do appreciate you guys giving me the key performance indicators of government and nonprofit agencies. I devoured the book and read it through. And you're going to take a look at the first slide, and I think it's an important slide to take a look at from my perspective. The big arrow is our school system. The small arrows inside the arrow represents the work of our branch plants, our schools, and our different divisions. And when you take a look at that, you see the awareness stage that we have as an organization said, that's when you start to ask the tough questions like our trustees are asking tonight. How do you know what you're doing and where you're going? If you don't ask that question, you can stay in the awareness stage forever, and we just hope and pray that our schools are doing the best thing and the report cards that come home are right. But when you start to ask the tougher questions, saying, are our kids making a difference, and are they improving each year, and are they making the grades they should be making, and are they prepared for the world? That's a tougher question, because we've said a 90% graduation rate is the most important thing that we are doing. It's the single paramount goal of the system, to have 100% satisfaction with your journey with us and a 90% graduation rate, which means would be the top graduation rate in Ontario, one of the tops in North America. It would be something you would compare with Finland, and it's something we've said is very, very important, and we're tracking towards it, but it's critical. The only way we're going to get to it is we move to fourth level style school systems, and that is an attuned level where all the schools are moving in the same direction, but the systems ask them to move in the same direction. And I'll say to you right now, we do have an ability to take a look at this, but I'd say right now as a school system, truthfully and straightforward to you, we are between authentic and aligned, and we have many schools that are attuned to us, high-performing schools, but that's where they are right now. My job as the CEO is to create the conditions for each of our departments and each of our schools to move to high performance, and that's the number one issue that I have to work with as we move through. When you ask relevant, and I consider them A-style questions, like the questions you as a group of trustees are asking tonight, Our district becomes relentless in its reflection on how it's doing. Not defensive, but relentless in how we are how we are going to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, are we doing better than we were last year? Are we doing better than we did last week? The next piece of that, of course, is not being afraid that when you begin the issue of asking the question, can Joey do better on that assignment? That's not a tough question. But the fact is, if you're afraid of continuous improvement because I was really good once, then you shouldn't be in the game. And I think as a group that we have embraced this continuous improvement, that it's okay to be where you are today, but where you're going to be tomorrow. The next one I share with you that you take a look at here is I think we're starting to understand that all of us, and I mean all of us, have to be seen in the budget and have to be seen in the strategic plan. Every employee is involved. And that means that when Jeremy has his men and women who tidy and clean the schools up, they have to have them ready every single day, not because they're going to help Joey get an A in math, but because if they create the conditions, the safe, orderly, clean learning conditions of the school, and they pass it over to the teachers is something very proud they have to work with and move to the next level. When the custodian in the school recognizes that they are a part of the continuous school improvement plan to get Bobby across the line, and they're committed to the 90% just like we are, so we become better at what we do. The interesting piece is it's become a call for our staff, and I think the group of us really believes in it. About 6 months ago, maybe 9 months ago, Trustee McDonald was visiting another school board, and I think I know the board he was in, and said they're doing some interesting things, you know, are we, and I sort of sensed from the way he was taking it, can we consider ourselves to be on the cutting edge? Well, I believe we are on the cutting edge, but the fact is that when you have the audacity to say we want to be way out there and be the board by which other boards are measured, then you have to take an honest look at yourself, and all means all. And what David challenged us to do is get all the kids across the line. Are we committed to all? But I dare say, and I'll push this a little further, do all of our staff have the same level of commitment to get all across the line? And one of what we have to take a look at as the senior team to inspire and motivate, to challenge and supervise, is that all staff means all staff see themselves in the plan. And with operational excellence is what we're doing. We recognize this particular year when Linda Lumsden began and this board supported 100%, the look at service and how do we serve more effectively and how do we tell people that they're valued no matter where they are in our community, no matter what type of stakeholder. We began a process to look at what service really, really, truly looked like and began a journey that has taken us to a place where, with operational excellence, we can't make you care. I can't make any of the staff care, this back row, I can't make them to like kids any better today, but we have learned through this particular initiative that if we train you effectively and properly, we can't force you to like what you're doing, but we have the ability to say, this is what we're expecting from you in this particular way, to demonstrate how you care about the outcomes and the people that you're working with. And although that has been expensive, it's going to set a standard for our entire system, and not just for frontline people who meet with the public every single day, but all means all, and all of our staff will be a part of this. This cartoon, it's too bad the chair's not sitting here. I hope he takes a look at this somehow. But I think you can pick out the two people there. If Jeremy and I were walking down the street, that's him looking at me holding on to my paper. We have an issue with records management that I think could be, and according to today, could be upwards to a $500,000 problem that's unfunded by the Ministry of Education. We have many, many, many records that we have very important laws to follow to keep things. For example, everyone in this room who went to school in Ontario, their OSR should be maintained somewhere by a Board of Education. So if you went to Lanark or you went to Prescott Russell or Leeds and Granville, SD&G, we should have the ability to go track down your OSR and use it for up to 65 years. Stacking thousands and thousands of OSRs on top of each other may be a great use of paper, I guess. I'm not sure. There's me holding on to the cabinet. But there's probably a better way to do this in the computer-generated age, and that's a very expensive thing to get into. And the fact is we're only really one flood or one fire away from having all that type of stuff taken away from us. Now, Rick Gales is not here and can't defend himself, so I'll speak about him anyway. He would say a good flood and a good fire would make everything equal as you go through. But the fact is, this particular one we have to take a look at. In budgets, this is not one of those high-profile, really sexy budget lines, records management. But it is an open sore for us. One of the reasons why it is that we don't have enough money there, and we get no money from the province, not a single cent to do it. And I think that we have to modernize and move that one along. And again, looking at OBSPA, looking at code at different places, when you're advocating for records management, the people don't stand up in line and say this is a great one. But I know that OBSPA has done a good job with some other areas, particularly in our freedom of information, our use of getting at other records, and has done a good job of being able to get us better photocopying contracts. This is one of the ones I believe that we should be looking at, and we should take a way of how we can perhaps let some people know. If it's a $500,000 problem for us, can you imagine what it would be for Toronto or for Peel? Student success, and I share something with you that I think is important. Is that we're implementing, and we have been for the last 5-6 years, school success plans that are really, really well done. We have some places that aren't as well done as others, but the fact is that we have ongoing within our families of schools many opportunities for us to get at the issues in our framework and how you should organize your school improvement plan. We have, and this is, and you'll see more of this on Sunday when you come to spend some time with data management and myself. But we have a framework that deals with the ways to collect data and ways to deal with school improvement in every one of our schools. And this is, I'm not sure we're allowed to say it, but this is almost a biblical type of thing that our principals would be using to help them plan and organize their school improvement plans within their community. What we're looking for from our plans and from all of the work of each of our departments, it shows up in this: engaged, self-directed, self-regulated, mature, lifelong learners. The most important job that we can do is get our kids ready, our students ready, to realize we have to teach them how to learn. That's the most important thing that we have to do, is teach them to learn. When we're told by the leading people involved in forecasting in North America, if your son or daughter's 15 years of age now, they could very well have upwards to 5 to 6 to 7 different jobs before their 50th birthday. You are going to have to teach people not only to read and write, but we're going to have to teach them to be less resistant to learning and more open to change, and recognize that change will be a constant, almost at a very radical level in everyone's life. This particular, and you'll recognize this as we track, Collins and his work on Good to Great, and it's still quite an impressive body of work that Collins has created. He has said the most effective organizations don't have free-for-all wins and then free-for-all losses. He has talked in his booklets all the time about incremental gains. And when you take a look, he always said, which way is it trending? And we as a Board of Education and the province is trending towards a 90%. We're looking, with the hard work that we have to be involved in, the most important thing that we do is a high school diploma, shaking that girl or boy's hand as they go across the line, because we know that when you get the high school diploma, it opens up unbelievable doors for you. And when you don't get it, like it did some 20 years ago, we had a 62 or 65% a rate of high school graduation. The fact is, when you get that, it's a very important part of your life. And I remind everyone in the room that when we're at the graduation, it'll be coming up in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have boys and girls who walk across the stage in front of us who will be the first person from their family to go across the stage and get a high school diploma. That is so powerful, because when the family sees Bobby or Joey or Sally go across the line and they say, if she can do it, why can't the rest of us do this? And it's very, very powerful. We know with our Tierra Leger program that often we've had sons and daughters go across the line, moms and dads have watched and said, I should have done this, and they come back and join us in Tierra Leger, and it's very, very powerful. We can't add them to our results because we have a sophisticated way of measuring our graduation rate. Did you start with us in grade 9, and did you get across on time in grade 12? And the fact is we're moving towards it, and I'm proud of the pace that we're at, but we can't take this for granted, and I think that the trustees, the Board of Trustees pushing us and holding our feet to the fire, asking difficult questions, but questions that we can answer, will get us to that. The next one, and I've stolen this from Mr. Rattan, what does it do for us? And to be a bit provocative, to get all of the degrees in the world, and for the first time we've been told by the doctors who are in this particular area that the generation coming behind us will have a shorter life expectancy than us, for the first time in the history of taking notes. And so we know as a board that we have been a cutting edge board in saying nutrition and daily physical health is a very important part of it. And I think we as a Board of Trustees have to say, I think if you look at my budget line, we have $50,000 there. It really, really isn't enough to set and inspire people to get that. And by the way, the last person in the line there is not the senior staff, and it's not me, so no more jokes. But the fact is that we have to look at this for our kids in a real way. It is an epidemic. It's an epidemic in North America, and we have to get at it. Yet we do know that when you're listening to Ian talk, we have the ministry sending down every single day. Another thing we're supposed to do at some point, when we've done this well as a Board of Education, saying we've got 100 things to do, but you're going to do this one first. And I think if you came to us today and said, spend a great deal of time making sense of nutritional literacy and physical wellness, I think you're going to find that we have a lot of people with their own wellness plan with the board will say that's critically important. In our communications department, and I know we're very proud of the growth that we've seen there, and we certainly thank the trustees for their response today to the update. Fact is that we took a look at it, we shone a light on it, we didn't like what was happening. And we said, we're going to get better, and we have. The fact is here, UCTV, our social media things are going on. Very interesting. I was told this the other day by Cindy, and I'll tell the story. She was going out to one of our high schools where the office staff have been a little bit resistant to communications. They sort of think that's someone else's job. And she was going out just to do some training with them, with Allison, to talk about how can we take this to the next level. And they weren't quite sure that was their job. They didn't want to get involved in the Facebooking and the Twittering and all of these other things that someone else should do that. They'd heard it was going on in other schools, but really it's something they didn't need in their particular sort of rural area. And after after a morning and an afternoon, at the end of the day, she left them, the two of them left them, with all the staff twittering with each other, working on Facebook, and they were laughing and giggling. And you know perfectly well, once they've begun to laugh and giggle at their learning, it was probably taking root in the hearts and souls of that administrative team there, and probably some good things are going to happen at that particular school, as they have had at many of ours, as we move to embrace the social media and the whole aspects of becoming better communicators as we move through. And finally, Drucker did this. This again was taken from the book that you guys gave me to read. And it's interesting because I read a long time ago from Drucker, but I think what has to happen, and I think the board and the senior staff are wrestling with this. I think, and I say this, and it will be perhaps a bit provocative, the province is managing us, and we want to lead. And management is doing things right, allegedly. But as Drucker said, leadership is doing the right things. I think what we're trying to do here, and I think the budget, if it effectively serves the strategic plan, we'll do the right things and do them well as we go through. What I'd like to draw your attention to now I'm not sure if the chair called, how many pages did you say it was? I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of details, which I know the chair is probably rolling over right now going, details and David, that sort of doesn't go in the same sentence, but I will do my best. I want to share.
You've got good staff.
Yes, I do. I want to talk about, if I could take you to page 5 first, if you can pull it up. We have taken a look at the what would be resources, data, information sets that would take a look at things that we should be thinking about. And I sort of would like to direct Trustee McDonald, I know who I've known for some time now, who has quoted data and stuff to me for close to 9-10 years. I think when you take a look at this matrix, it answers some of the questions that you might have about how do you tell if Johnny is learning or if the school is doing well. And we have throughout the course of the year a variety of things that we use that we should communicate better with you about what we're doing in our schools. We also are going to add these things based upon whatever I did there. That's high tech, I know it would work, but let me share this with you. Another piece that's important as you take a look at this is with the data, is that we've got to choose data that it can really measure what we think it's going to measure. The next piece that we have to choose data with integrity. And if you guys remember in your book, there were two examples of data that was used that was not used with integrity. And they're quite interesting stories. The one was about the hospital that was using the time it took to get from emergency into a room. And what they did was they wanted a shorter time, so instead of letting the people in the hospital, they had the ambulances drive around the hospital. And I guess the ambulance drivers would have reported, I think they're still alive, I think they're still alive. But when they got in, they got into a room. And that may not be the most attractive way to use data when you manipulate. I think there has to be integrity to your data sources that you take a look at. The other one is quite interesting. I'm not sure if this applies to OCT. But the fact is that the one piece of data was used also to buses being on time. And the buses were on time, of course, in this particular, but all the buses were empty. And they had complaints from stakeholder groups who said, the bus drove right by me, I was 2 steps away from the bus stop, what was going on as you go through. And I think what we have to take a look at is what data we're using, and when we mine it and take a look at it to ask the questions, are we answering the very question we want to answer the right way? And I think we have to agree upon this with our data sources, that the information we're getting, how are we going to respond to it? If I could take you then to page, back to page 3. The Link Through Project, Charter E46, $257,000. And that was probably one of the most important deprivatization issues in our 7th through 12 schools this board has ever been involved in. And the fact is, how much is a child's life worth? How much is a student's life worth? You know that we, like any other place, has had difficulties with suicide and suicide-related types of behavior. We had to get at some of the issues of bullying and the issues of people fitting in their schools. And right now, I can say to you, data-wise, that probably 19 out of our 21 places, 19 of 23, if you look at our Chair Leger as well, have had extensive training. And I think the schools are safer. But I think what's really interesting to take a look at this and move through is that we've also been able to encourage the schools to look at, not only do we make our schools very inviting for our grade 9 students, but the grade 7 students who are coming in now, how do we do a similar style program with the students who are entering? If I could draw your attention to, just don't do this very often, but I want to show you a bit of a mistake here, that in the budget line, we have the word, under budgets, I just like to tell you this too, is that it says 365,000 on the chart. It really was 257,000, so it says 365,329. there at the bottom of the page, just before the, I think it was
Can I
two.
just stop you just for a second,
Yeah.
Director? We've lost the screen, and I'm not sure. Does everybody know where the director is? Okay, we're lost.
Let me take you to page, I'm finished with the overhead
Oh, okay.
slides.
All right.
So I'm actually in the meat of the
Okay.
larger document.
Okay.
So if I could take you to page 6 as well, and it wasn't a technical trick, I'm really not that savvy yet as the wizard to do that, but it may have worked in my favor. That was page 6. I want to do a correction because that's been corrected. It was not 365,329. It was $257,133. Now, if I could move you to page 8, and at the bottom of the page, this is again going through the crew projects. We have determined, the senior team, that we're very concerned about the sustainability of the Link Crew program. Arlie Kirkland right now with Helena Lond are performing an analysis and a sort of third-party look at the Link Crew program. And some of the early feedback that I got was that it was going extremely well in some schools and not so hot at some other places. And where we heard about it, the good news traveled really, really fast to me, some of the bad news didn't travel quite as quick, is that the places it was going well in, they will never ever lose it. Some of the other places were perhaps seeing this as the flavor of the senior team of the year, and we've invested a considerable amount this year again in the same level to retraining and to committing to another group of staff at all of our schools, because as I said at the start of the school year 2 years ago, life trumps confidentiality. And we may remember that we had a concern that when Helen Lalonde investigated 3 of our suicides, she came back and said people knew about this before, but they didn't know how to deal with it because someone had said, oh, they're taking it in confidence. And David Coombs gave me the great term that David, life trumps confidentiality. And what's happened here is that already as I speak to you, we've had situations in our schools, one in particular, where that particular rang out loud and clear, and a young student got the help they needed at the right time, because right after they were told that they had to keep this all to themselves, the teacher said, no, I got to talk to the principal because life trumps confidentiality. And that little boy is with us today after nearly 9 months, and I'm very, very proud of the fact that we had a teacher who was listening and paying attention, and a principal who quickly shared with a parent the concerns, and they got better. May I share you now, move you to page 19. This is a provocative piece of data for you, and I think for everyone in this room it means a great deal. We have had a solid incremental gains in capture rate in Eastern Ontario for the last nearly 10 years. And the fact is that we're predicting next year a 2% decline. I think we have to take a look at what that's about. Now, I think it'd be very easy for us to say, look at the labor unrest, look at how hard a board we worked to keep our schools open during the strike. Look how hard we worked, that we actually at one point probably had more activities going on in our schools than any board in Ontario, yet we know the overwhelming media stuff that was going out there, and all due respect to the media that's in the room, most of it had what the saying was there's nothing going on in those schools. And we also know, sadly, that some of our coterminous boards throughout Eastern Ontario ran program ads that said, we're open for business, we got everything going, you know, there's no labor problems where we are. I'm not sure if that's the issue, but if we're going to look hard at data and so forth, that's a part of it. I think we should dig deeper. I think we should mine into that one. I'm not sure how we get at parents who perhaps chosen a different system, but there's probably a way to do it, and I think we have to. And now as I wrap up and I'll get ready to take questions, I take you to page 20, perhaps the most important piece of data that we have, because this is the one that you should be holding my feet to the fire on, is how are we tracking towards the 90%? And I had that up in the one file, but you take a look here. is that if you were to move that particular line of 2014 over to 2016, 2017, we should be tracking towards that within 2 years. I really believe the last 5%, will be the most difficult. I think when you are bringing in the harvest, some stuff comes in real easy, and here I am talking like a farmer, God forbid. That perhaps there's some easy stuff to get, easy things from the apple tree to pluck, but sometimes the toughest ones are the last 5%, and I believe it's going to take a great deal of work by this organization. I think we're ready for it. I think we cannot be defensive and afraid of some tough questions, and we've got ready to move forward. So I share that with you as I start to wrap up my remarks, but let me take you finally through to the risks. We think there are a couple of risks that we have to pay attention to. We have a risk in C45. That is the support the building of a system-wide culture of data use. We think it's only a $10,000 ticket item, and perhaps maybe we should be looking at a way to punch that one up. But the fact is, it's very difficult to, how do you measure how round the ball is as you go through? But we're going to have to take a look. The challenge of the risk is that it might be too tough a work to do, and we're afraid to respond to the tough questions. I think we're ready for it. I think after tonight we're even more ready for it. The next one we have, and this is the Link Crew project, is that declining enrollment and other issues may affect our funding, and interdisciplinary credits and different things that go a long way to support us in keeping kids in school. It may not be there, and I think that we have to recognize with declining enrollment or declining budgets, and there are some tough situations. I have spoken already about F30, that's the management support system for our electronics records keeping. I think we have a big hole there that we have to take a look at. I'm also concerned that if you take a look at W17, our physical and nutritional literacy program, that somehow that continues to take a back seat to other issues in our board and other issues in Ontario, and I believe that somehow that has to become something that we don't check off. We did daily quality phys ed last year, we're on to this. I think it has to probably become something that becomes absolutely ingrained in what we do in our schools. It becomes a way of what we do. I know that we've talked about specialist teachers and different things of that nature, but the fact is this is one of those ones where we're going to be looking on people who have some great skill sets to lead us in our schools and our activities. The next one I have for C49, you saw a very nice presentation tonight from our communications department, but I think quite frankly that we have to be very, very careful with that one, that we sort of take the light off it and we treat back to perhaps some old ways of doing business that don't serve the system well. So as I wrap up, the budget has been organized to serve the strategic plan. It's going to do that, and we're going to work very, very hard to do that. You have the different pieces of the budget there, and I'm open to your questions about my report. And thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Director. Trustees? Trustee McDonald?
Director, you highlighted the capture rate.
Just David, the wizard just was able to put it back up.
That's good. Plugging something in always works, right?
Yes, turning on the on button's always good.
VCR at home still flashes 12. Just, you made a comment about the capture rate of kindergarten. So potentially you see a decline. I mean, and things will happen over the course of years to lead from one thing to another. But essentially, we are the only board that has the potential to have 100% capture rate. Because of the legislation that's in place, you either have to have a Catholic education rights or French language rights to be able to attend one of the other school boards. So essentially, we're the only ones who can capture 100%. As much as we will have a decline of 2%, are you satisfied of where we are? And you're going to dig in, you're going to mine a little bit further, but does your budget have capacity in here to be able to develop a strategy to gain that growth back, or gain that capture rate back for next year.
Director?
No, be quite frank, David.
Just remind you, Director,
through
you speak through the chair.
Yes, through you, Chair, Mr. McDonald, Trustee McDonald. This has been more a revelation over the last 3 or 4 weeks for us, because we're grabbing this information as more important. It was information that, as you may remember, we rarely took a look at. Families just picked schools we went on. It was one of the reasons why I think our board recognized during that particular time, if you keep attacking us, and people will think we're under attack, and we were working as hard as we've ever worked to say things are good. And I'm not, David, I'm not just blaming that one issue. I think that would be simple of me. There are other issues that go out there. There's people who think a uniform's attractive or whatever, even though the kindergarten kids in neither systems, I believe, except for private schools, go to school in uniforms. There is some perceptions that we have to deal with. I think that what we should be doing as a senior team, and we're going to take a hard look at that. We have the information. Our principals are an aggressive group of people who are not afraid of answering the tough questions, and perhaps asking the questions in their community, what's going on. I think we also recognize that with our communications, how we're readdressing and refocusing communications, that we'll be able to tell our story, get our narrative out there in a better way. But I think what we have to do is probably stop and take a bit of time to dig down and say, what does the number really reflect? And so, to be quite frank with you, as I stand here, I have some suspicions, but not enough to go on. And I'd like to use some other measures, beyond birth rate and kids coming to school. If I may, through you, Chair, to take it a little further, the piece I think is interesting is that we know our capture rate may be off, but we also know at the grade 7 through 11 level that we're up in the neighborhood of 400 students. And that happens, and that's interesting because of the difficult situation we're in, is that happens because some of our programs are very attractive. And the other reason is that our special education programs in our board are really second to none. And parents and students who are perhaps having some difficulty in other systems and other jurisdictions do come to us because, as you've said, our door is wide open and we take everyone as we go through.
So, can I just follow up on the capture rate with a question? I know that you've now finished the book, Parliament's Work, and we talked from our end sort of implementing the KRIs. Do you see using, maybe starting with the capture rate and employing some KPIs to maybe try to affect the capture rate before we get to the point where it might be too late?
I think we're way ahead of too late to pull this out this early, because it's through you, Chair, again, to your question, back to Trustee McDonald. I think we're asking a question that may resolve itself over the course of the summer.
Well, you mean that that we don't know, what you're saying is we don't know whether that number,
yes.
Got it. Okay, I see what you're saying.
And so that forecast is alarming, but the other piece we share with you now is that we have seen a trend over the last 9 years that says we will have a significant number of students from all of our coterminous areas that will come to us, and from private schools, because of our special education program and the reputation of our high schools.
So what you're saying is that between now and September 1, we could make up that 2%. Just we don't truly know how many walk-ins we get. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you see too? Can I ask Mr. Dawes that question?
This is the information that Phil and I have been playing with.
Through you, Chair, thank you. Every year we get updated population data through our enrollment reporting system, and that population data is generated through Revenue Canada. So we've been able to look at our October enrollments, JKSK, for this current year and take that as a proportion, as we normally do, of the age 4 to 5 population based on those statistics that are currently available to us. That's what's deriving the figure that you're looking at
So
right now.
is this the current capture rate, or is it next year's capture
I'll
rate?
say it's a very good estimate based on this current year, and we'll be able to update that number when we get more refined population data next fall. But I would expect that that's going to be very close to the mark that we're looking at right now.
So we are down 2%.
It's my, yeah, I do believe we are, yes.
So can I ask, just follow up on that one? Sorry, do you mind?
Through Vice Chair, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Do you think that there would have been anything we could have done to impact that? Like, I mean, I think that advertising has an impact on the capture rate. That's why we advertise. So would a potential response have been to add to the advertising? Like 2% is, like, that's a fair number of students. It would be what? It must be 200?
It's approximately 150.
150 students. So that's quite a few hundreds of thousands of dollars. What, 1.5 million in funding?
At $11,000 a student, yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just wondering if you think that there could have been anything done to maybe have affected that, if maybe by advertising or.
No, first of all, I think we're going to have to dig in and ask those questions in a very sophisticated way, and then do some analysis and bring some people in to talk to them about the perception pieces, and then to move to advertising, different things of that nature. I think we're going to have to spend some time with it, and I think it's an important question to get at. I look back at this Board of Education. If you summarize that, potentially it looked like a bit of a free-for-all in Ontario with public education, that the stability appeared to be across the street and with other boards, particularly French and the French Public and the French Catholic, and with our co-chairman's board, that we were just sort of reeling from issue to issue, which wasn't the case with our board. You know, Greg, you know personally, the chair, that we led, this board led the charge to say, no, we are doing okay, thank you very much. But that still, we can't control all of the sources where people get their information. And I do know that when you take a look at, and you ask the young people, and I've been almost embarrassing how I asked some of the people who are choosing their schools for their kids, you know, what made your mind up, and so forth. And quite interesting is that you're looking at the modern, 30-year-old to 32-year-old who's bringing their first child to school. They go in and they take a look at the board. They go in, they take a look at individual schools.
Due to inactivity in your conference, this call will be terminated unless you press the digit 1 on your telephone.
And I think we have to take a look at a whole things. I think some of the things we're beginning to look at with the social media to tidy some things up, because when you talk to, and this is anecdotal, you talk to 3 or 4 families who get ready to start, they do a whole different way around the table. My mom and dad chose kindergarten, it was around the block, and that's where you went. And it's a different, Eastern Ontario is different, and I go back to, and I'm not beating up in Toronto, but some people don't understand in Toronto the complexity of the competition for every child who would go to school. Also, I remind you that it's not the ministry baby. They don't care about that one. They honestly don't care if they're across the street or they're here. Are they in public education, whether it's the separate board, the French separate board, the French public, or us. They're sending the money to Eastern Ontario for every kid. It's our issue, and I think we have to take a hard look at it.
Trustee McDonald, sorry.
That's okay. So, I'm not attempting to get a resolution tonight or an explanation, and I think, you've got a potential as a reason why we may be there, and we'll see in September whether the numbers are close to projection, and like to prove Mr. Dawes wrong. That would be great for a change, but I think it's somewhat anecdotal, but I can say that when we look at our overall capture rate, we do better in some areas than we do in other areas. And I offer this as anecdotal in the sense that when I look in the city of Cornwall, we are at capacity at every elementary school that we have. We're in a situation where we're going to be building a new school, consolidating 2, but to meet the needs of those kids. We're going to have 7 portables at Amherst Corners. next year. Potential for increased portables within the other elementary schools in the city of Cornwall. So we are doing some things right in some areas, and not saying that we're doing things wrong. We're just, there's something that's working well somewhere. So I look forward to the information that comes forward, comes back to us in the future about what happened, how we're doing across the board. And I want to go back to the question, and I think it's important for us because it's up to us. If we get the capture rate and we get the students at the front end, kindergarten, then it's up to us to be innovative, creative, or our game to lose to keep them for the next 12 plus years, 13 years that they're going to be in our system. Or 15 years, I guess, really is what it adds up to. So, are you comfortable? Do you have enough money, or is there money in the budget to develop a strategy to increase the capacity, or increase the capture rate of kindergartens?
As I speak to you right now, David, I believe that we have enough resources to answer the question. Will we have enough resources to move forward and implement the suggestions and the goals that come out? That's a different question. And I think what's going to happen here, and we'll put some good heads together and talk about this, is that, but if it comes back and says we should be doing a couple of things differently, and we don't see a budget source for this, I think we're going to come back to the table and say, and quite frankly, I think we're going to come back to the table and say we're going to have to probably steal from one area to get to another and make some tough decisions about what we're going to do. I'd like to think, and I'm not going to be Pollyanna on this one, I'd like to think one of the things that does work out well for us is that we have a very, very, very good reputation, 7 through 12, that we run special education, and the legacy has, and we got that right 6 or 7 years ago, and Ian was front and center, and we said we've got to have a special education program that is more predictable, more deliverable, that people could recognize what's going on in Perth, what's going on at St. Lawrence, what's going on at Van Cleek Hill, and what's going on again. Could we determine that this is the proper programs? And I would say today, with a great deal of pride, that we're delivering a very strong, integrated special education program. We will attract families back by that. Will it balance off those two budget lines? But my worry is, and through you, Chair, to Mr. McDonald, I think what we're looking at here, and I think is your worry, if I hear it in your voice, is that we know that when you often lose at kindergarten, you may lose upwards to 12 years. And I think for us who have, from the time I've always been with the board, I've been told it's our market share that we watch closely. I watch very closely, and it's important to me, and it's also important to the success of the board. So we will come back with what we think are some of the issues, and I think you're going to come, but when we come back with those issues, there may be some changes that we want, because as we've spoken many times, the budget is an ongoing activity for the entire year, and we may have to stop and start and do some things differently as we go on. But that's going to be based upon some good data, sound information, good judgment, and then let's not be afraid to pull the trigger and do something, even if it's halfway through a school year.
Trustee McPherson?
Through the chair. I'm just trying to paraphrase this. The demographic that we draw on for our kindergarten registration is usually split along the lines of language and religion. Is there a potential that this year we simply ended up with a higher percentage of students that normally would not choose the English public school board? And it varies tremendously. Cornwall is a very different place than Perth or Smiths Falls.
Well, through you, Chair, I don't believe there's been anything different in the sort of what was the birth rate and the type of birth rate. I would say there are some other things playing out, and we've got to nail those down to come back and talk about. But through you, Chair, again, as Trustee McDonald said, is that right across the board, the further west you go in a board, our capture rate is significantly larger. However, we've had a nice little storm in Cornwall that's sort of captured and held solidly as we go. But we also know the demographics that Cornwall is actually going through some growth. And I imagine the growth isn't just for us, but also the particular growth in Cornwall that we've taken a look at. The nature of some of the families that have moved in, have come in, will choose public education. That will be their first choice, and probably will be for most of their career as they go through. So Trustee, I really, Bill, I can tell you this, I don't think there's a real change in what's happening out there. My perception, but we're going to take that to a bright group and hammer it out.
Any other comments, Trustee McDonald?
Just centers around the link crew aspect, and you touched upon it a little bit. Obviously, we've talked about some other things in the past with declining enrollment. It's not an overly large budget amount considering our overall budget, but $250,000, and it's at risk because of potential with staff moving. You know, the sustainability in one particular school is critical to the staff staying there. What, do you have a solution to that, or how else are we going to? I mean, the opportunity that we've implemented this is to offset some very major concerns that we've had across the board. So how are we able to sustain that, given the agreement situations that we have?
Through you, Chair, two responses that are very important, and you actually, in your question, captured a bit of the one. One of the things we're looking in talking to the review of the Link Crew program is that because of declining enrollment, some of our very best teachers who we had trained are actually now going to be moving to the occasional list. Now, I don't think we're going to lose the training, because we know that the retirements are up at an all-time high as we go through, and these young people and some veterans who are going to move back into schools. But one of the things we have to do is that we have to train a larger cohort of teachers, so that in a staff that you don't have the two Link Crew specialists that becomes their job, but it becomes a Link Crew staff. That's one of the pieces why I think we have to work on this for sustainability. The second piece why we have to move further into this one thing we learned in the second year from the original pilot school in North Grenville is that we are having our very, very best credit accumulations in grade 9 and 10. In fact, at Christmas time in the grade 9 program, North Grenville, and this is going to be a casual because I don't have the figure right to speak with, but I can have that for the trustee. We're in a neighborhood of only 3 students not having all of their credits. Unheard of. Second year in a row. That will mean that in all likelihood the North Grenville community in grade 11 and grade 12 will have high retention rates of all of their kids, and they will probably have their large class in the neighborhood of 95, 96, 97% of the kids going across the line, get their high school diploma on time. That's a critically important, that's probably as critically important as all the issues with the social, emotional well-being issues that we deal with as well. Is that is not, we knew going in that was important, and it's proven to be very, very good at several of the schools. My concern, again, and we've done this well, and to go further through you, Chair, is that we have some schools that will have to change, and this is real tough, timetables. Because what we have looked at some timetables, that some of the timetables are so frustratingly difficult to create opportunities for the kids to come together. And the schools that have the timetables that were organized several years ago, it actually had its roots in Athens, and I know Ian took it to North Grenville and took it to Rideau. A really well-organized MSET program creates the top opportunities for those grade 12 students to get the credit that goes with, the half credit that goes with delivering a solid Link Crew program. That's a piece that we have to look at too. And that's why I went back and said there's a risk here. If the principal can't make those changes, and we're asking him to do it, then we'll be better off in that particular program. In fact, Ian, would you want to comment on the timetable?
Just the flexibility of MSET?
Yeah. It just gives the ability to be more flexible in those pieces as you go through. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Oh, John, you're not gonna let me off light.
You answered all his questions. There you go. There's the secret, everybody. Do 55 pages.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, thank you very much, Director. Thanks to your team. Yeah, I need a motion to extend. So let's just, before we do that, let's just look at our agenda here. We have labor. What about spec ed? Anything from
No,
spec
we
ed?
can
No.
defer till next meeting, I
You?
believe.
No. Student trustee caller. How long do you need? Hour?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? And then you and I won't have any comments.
I do have one, because you told me to have one.
Yes,
About
and then
the-
I do have to meet with everybody for 5 minutes after the meeting, I regret to tell you, so. So, report from private session. Oh, sorry, motion to extend, let's give me 10 minutes. Trustee McMillan, seconded by trustee McAllister. 10:40, yeah. McMillan, McAllister. And anybody opposed? Nope. All right, so just make that unanimous. Okay. So, report from private session, you can read that, it's one contractual matter. Report from public session committee of the whole, there are 2 motions. Any comments or questions? I have a mover and a seconder for the first one, trustee McMillan. Trustee McDonald, that the Upper Canada School Board adopt the recommendations contained in the report, next level driven as presented May 8th, 2013. Go ahead and vote. I think I'm lost mine, so I'm in favor. Okay, that passes, unanimous. Next one, a motion to adopt a proposal to develop school activity, cafeterias. Trustee Karkner, trustee McPherson. Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay, everybody's in favor of that. Thank you. Labor update. I don't think there's anything pressing, right? Report from spec ed will defer. Ops will defer. Student trustee Collery, we didn't get your report last time, so if you have some comments, we could take them now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The final Student Senate meeting was May 3rd. It was a bittersweet day for all the student senators because it was their last one of the year. They received their T-shirts, which was a first for student senators, and I think it may or may not have been the most exciting part of their day. They also received their certificates for representing their high schools so well throughout the year. We talked about a lot of things that day, especially how the students wanted to run Senate next year and about reviewing the student protege position. Tyler Harbers and myself are we're going to be going into further discussion about the logistics, but basically the idea that was decided from the group was that the student senators would work more closely within their family of schools rather than everybody getting together in Kentville only 4 times a year. They will have conference calls at least once a month within their family of schools, and then in Kentville simply report as to what the family of schools have been doing. And then it would give them more time for skill building activities and to bring more speakers in. Where am I? There will be one representative chosen from each family of schools, because we have 4 family of schools, and they will be the ones who will be presenting at the 4 meetings in Kentville. And they're also going to be in charge of making sure that the monthly meetings are being held and who is attending the meetings. Of course, we still have to figure out all the logistics, as in if the teachers can attend the conference calls and what time they would be and stuff like that. But that's another time. The group feels that doing this, it'll increase productivity as well as their participation in Kentville. Tyler Harbers and I will also be reviewing the student protege position, and we'll make an official report with all of our suggestions. we will present it first to the student senators through email and have them give us our feedback, and then after present it to the trustees and staff. And it'll be done within 10 days, the next week to 10 days. Me and Tyler are going to be working on this tomorrow on our train ride to Toronto for the last Ostaeco annual general meeting of the year. We will be there from tomorrow afternoon until Sunday morning, and I know Tyler's very excited and nervous at the same time, but I can't wait to introduce him to the Ontario Student Trustee Association family. On a side note, I'm working on a small package that's going to be sent to everyone probably the end of June. Basically an overview of 2012-2013, what Student Senate has been all about, and my comments as well as other comments from students that stood out to me. So I'm not very good at putting things together on the computer, but I'm getting it done slowly but surely. And also, on a personal note, I wanted to thank the board from the bottom of my heart for my best friend's little brother, who is in the special education program. He is autistic and yesterday received his new laptop, and it was the greatest day of his life, and he was really excited, and I wanted to thank the board for that, and that was my report.
All right, thank you very much. Student Trustee Collard, Director.
Two of the trustees, we have an interest in security of the building. It's heightened for some minor issues, but it's been heightened. You'll have to, for example, in the meetings on, traditionally we just walked on back through the back. You're all going to have to get swipe cards. I don't have a swipe card, I use my key, and you swipe so that you can go into the back. And that will keep everything protected, because there's times when it's only us up here. We do not have a custodian in the building, and at the back is just wide open, a variety of areas and laptops and things could happen. And we have had some people walking through who just walk through. As you know, sometimes we're here and we have 20 or 30 people at the back, spouses, friends, boyfriends, whatever, go for a tour of the building. What we've got to do, and Ron McLaren make this very, very clear, that we've got to go beyond our visual security, because we do have security that we know who walked down there, but we can't track every single thing that went or did or didn't. So he has asked, and I think, and humbly asked, he said, how do you think they'll deal with us? Because you may remember several years ago I opened the door up, but that was to deal with the perception the trustees weren't supposed to go down there. I think we're well beyond that. I have talked with several people about it. They respect that, and so what we'll do is we'll have a night where we'll get this all done. Chrissy that does it at the front desk. We'll keep her a little overtime for her, and she will have your picture taken. It'll go on your card, and keep it in your pocket, your purse, your wallet, and swipe it when you're here as you go through. And so the senior team, we will have to do the same, okay, as you do that. And I'm not pointing my finger at you, Susan, which I am. I'm pointing my finger at me, because I would be the same way. So any questions about that? It's very simple, an issue of security.
We may be able to use our stock photos. She's going to look into just taking that and printing those.
If you don't like your stock photo,
that's too bad. Photoshop it and send it back to us.
Bill,
Yes,
sorry.
we've got our original swipe card. Will
It may work, Bill. It may work. Try it.
Just when we quit using it, I stuck it in the drawer, and I've still got it.
Okay. All right. After we adjourn, I really just need to see everybody very, very quickly. It's very important. Trustees mainly. I mean, the senior team are welcome, but I really need to see the trustees. Motion to adjourn. Trustee McMillan, Trustee Karkner, and I assume everybody's in favor. And I always like it at these events where a fan will stand up and say, "Oh, Leafs are winning 1-0," or "Sens 1-0," and 7-3.
For the Sens?
Ha!